Wednesday of ClueCon. Just a reminder, this evening we're going to have a poker tournament upstairs in the currents room. You don't need to be a poker player. It's all good and fun. Everyone can achieve at their own pace and their own level. But if you want to take down Abby Menesali, you're going to have to bring your A game. Just want to say that. Dangerous demos will be Thursday afternoon. We can't wait to see what everyone's been creating. And be sure to follow and engage on social media for a chance to win the grand prize, a MacBook Pro. So we're going to kick things off. We're going to do a drawing for a free Switch book and a Clue game. My fearless assistant, I can come down. Oh, you got it. All right, I'm going to read this out. Hold your breath. Hold your breath. Wait for it. We got ticket number 767693. 767693. Sometimes it's the emphasis, you know what I mean? Anybody? Anybody? Look carefully. I mean, hey, we have a winner. Come on down. I know it's early, guys. I know it's early. We got this. We got this. It's the book and the game. Double down. So let's dive right on into it. Our first speaker is Ruchir Fuchs. He's going to be talking about fast kernel level SFU with RTPengine. For the past 15 years, Ruchir has been responsible for all things RTP at SIPWise. And I'm going to let him take it away. Ruchir, you get a chance to plug in? You want to
take
a little
looking
time?
For the HDMI here.
We'll talk about this cold weather a little bit while we're sort of riffing. You guys liking the snow? It's good? It's what you expected? No? Yeah? I loved it, frankly. I thought it was refreshing.
There we go.
Okay, here we go.
All right, good morning. I'll be your warm-up act for today. My name is Ruchir Fuchs. I've been with SIPWise for close to 15 years now. I'm the main guy who keeps breaking RTPengine, and I'm here to talk about some of the new bugs that we have. Quick show of hands because I'm curious. Who is familiar with RTPengine? Okay, so quite a few, but also a few holdouts. So I'll start with a quick overview of what it is and why it exists. And it exists because we needed a media proxy to solve problems with NAT. Because this was over 10 years ago. ICE wasn't a thing yet. IPv6 wasn't a thing yet. Still isn't really a thing. And there were some other solutions around at the time to solve the problem of RTP behind NAT. But they all had some issues. In particular, the amount of media manipulations you could do was limited. We wanted to do more. But the biggest problem was the performance. The performance was just not good enough. You could handle a few hundreds of calls, and then the CPU would be maxed out. So in order to understand why this happens, and this was not because the software was written badly. So you can optimize this as much as you want, but you will always run into some kind of bottleneck there. So to understand why this happens, we need to get our hands a little bit dirty. This is basically what happens in a media proxy. The packet comes in from the network, goes through the driver, goes through the network stack, is eventually assigned to a socket. The process then picks up the packet from the socket, essentially does nothing with it, might not even look at it, just picks up a different socket, sends it back out there, goes back out through the network stack, and eventually out on the wire. From a code point of view, and I promise this is as nerdy as it gets, so I'll try to work quickly here. This is from a code point of view, anybody who's ever worked with the low-level socket interface will be familiar with this. You may have heard of user space and kernel space. There's actually a third context involved here that's usually called interrupt context. This is basically kernel code that executes without being associated to a process, so kind of on its own. And this is where the initial reception of the packet happens. This is the driver runs, the network stack. This is where the packet eventually gets added to a read queue for the socket. And then any process that is waiting for activity on that socket is woken up. Now, execution doesn't immediately transfer to the process. That happens later on. The process needs to be wait to be scheduled in. It can happen on a different CPU even. Typically, the process would be sleeping at that point, like in a poll or something. It would wake up. It would see, okay, there's activity on this socket, and then it would read from the socket. At this point, execution transfers to the kernel. The CPU needs to do a context switch. Execution then continues in the kernel, where it retrieves the packet, copies the packet out, context switch back to the process, where it now has the packet, picks up a different socket, does the send to that socket, which is another context switch back into the kernel, where it then copies the contents out again, and adds it to a write queue on the socket. Now, the important part here is the context switch. Superficially, this looks just like a function call, but a context switch means the CPU has to take its internal state, save it somewhere, load in a different state from somewhere else, switch to a different privilege level. Then the kernel needs to set up an execution environment, a stack, page table. It's a whole ordeal. So the context switch itself is the expensive operation here, and we're talking in the order of thousands of CPU cycles, just overhead, just for the context switch. And this is ultimately where the problem lies. So you have at least 4 context switches per packet, and if you have just for one regular VoIP call, that's 400 context switches per second. And if you do the math, 400 times whatever number of calls you have, times how many thousands of CPU cycles it takes just for the context switch. We have math guy here, maybe he can do the math. You'll start to understand where the CPU usage comes from. The current situation, now I mentioned we started doing this like over 10 years ago. Current situation is a lot better. Modern CPUs are generally faster. They are much better at doing these context switches. You also have a lot more cores to work with because this helps. This is purely CPU load. You have a dedicated syscall instruction now. Like back in the day, you would have to, this was on 32-bit CPUs. You would have to do an interrupt, which was even worse. On the downside, there's all these fun CPU bugs that were discovered. Meltdown Spectre. There's a new one now, Red Bleed. And the mitigations that the kernel has to do to work around these bugs sit exactly in the system call interface. So the more system calls you do, the worse it gets. And apparently the Red Bleed mitigation, it's pretty bad in terms of performance impact. There's also no special interfaces that the kernel provides to help here with UDP, because we're talking UDP only. For certain specific use cases, there's like send file or splice, but for UDP, there's just nothing. And so there's no way around this. You have to do this send and receive dance for UDP packets. Unless you manage to avoid them altogether, which is what we did. So we taught the network stack to handle the forwarding part. This avoids the system calls altogether. The packets never actually get to the socket. The process never gets to see the packets. It's basically bored when it does that. Now the process still handles the logic part of it, the signaling and the negotiation part, And then there's a control channel from the process to the kernel, where the process tells the kernel what it should do with the packets that are coming in. Not per packet, obviously, because that would defeat the purpose, but it's like a set of rules. This is what it looks like. It's implemented as an IP tables module. If you're familiar with the IP table syntax, it basically sits in the firewall chain, like IP chains, IP tables, or X tables, as it's called now. The way it works, packet comes in, it's handed to the kernel module. First thing it does, it looks at the destination address and port. If it does not know about it, it will return an accept verdict. An accept in the IP table system means continue processing it. And eventually the packet will then be assigned to the socket, and the process will get to see it. If it does know about the destination, it will first make a copy. Now this is technically not necessary, but for us making the copy, it makes certain things easier. It's a little bit of overhead, but it's not too bad. It will make a copy, it will send the copy out, and it will return a drop verdict. And drop to IP tables means discard the original packet, and then the process never gets to see it. Looking at the signaling part, you have your A and B here talking to each other, or E and B in this case. We implement the offer-answer model. In the most primitive use case, we're just replacing the IP address and the port with our own, so we can do the media proxying. We don't, in the most primitive use case, we don't interfere with the offer-answer model at all. Everything else is just pass-through. All this happens without any knowledge of SIP. So RTPengine doesn't do any SIP, it doesn't like SIP, doesn't want SIP. So it only operates on SDP and RTP. If you look at the control protocol, there are some fields in there that look like SIP, like call ID, from tag, but those are just identifiers. As long as they're unique, it doesn't matter what they are. Control protocols, we have a number of them, UDP, TCP, even HTTP and WebSocket now. The native protocol is kind of a binary protocol, but you can use JSON now too. The next thing we wanted to do is we wanted to talk to the WebRTC world. And in order to do this, we had to implement a number of features like SRTP, ICE, RTC multiplexing. And in order to support this, we had to kind of break the offer-answer model. Now, I'd like to think this is break as in breaking up, not break, but we can talk about this. So now we can interfere in the offer-answer model, and we can have a set of features on one side, like SRTP encryption, but not on the other side. And you can selectively turn these features on and off. So it's not just all or nothing. It's not just plain RTP or WebRTC, but you can have any kind of combination. The next thing we wanted to do is transcoding. So we added transcoding. You can have different codecs running on either side. From Opus, we have AMR support. That's very popular these days. EVS is coming soon, but that's not open source, so we don't talk about this. As for the kernel module, the important part here is that as soon as you do transcoding, you lose support for the kernel module. It doesn't do transcoding. What the kernel module does support is all the SRTP. You can encrypt, decrypt, you can recrypt, all in the kernel module. All the ciphers are supported there. There's a limited number of media blocking features you can do, but in general, as soon as you start getting into the audio stream itself, the kernel module is out of the picture. To recap, this is a quick example of the kernel module's view of what's going on. It's basically a list of rules like this. It starts with a local IP address and port that it knows about, and then it's a set of rules about what to do with the packets. It knows about payload types, so you can selectively forward some codecs but not others. In this example, there's SRTP decryption there with the keys in there, and then there's an output section that tells the module where to forward the packets to. Then the next thing we wanted to do is SIPREC and conferencing. This is where it gets interesting. These two things were brought to our attention at roughly the same time. So for SIP recording, you need to fork the media to a second destination. The offer-answer model in SIPREC happens separately, but RTPengine needs to be involved here. Signaling happens with SDP, so that's good because that's what we do. And then for conferencing, we were looking at the SFU use case. Again, you need to fork media to another destination, maybe multiple destination. Signaling still happens with SDP. So we kind of looked at these and thought, well, these are kind of the same thing. If we implement this right, we can support both of them with the same mechanism. As for existing solutions, for SIPREC, there isn't really a choice because it's RTPengine handling the media, so it needs to be RTPengine doing the media forking. For conferencing, there's a number of SFU solutions out there. Janus, for example, that's one of the many things that it does. We actually used to use it. It's the video room plugin, that's an SFU. But we thought, well, if we can implement this in RTPengine, because we kind of have to if we want to support SIPREC anyway, and we get all the existing features for free, especially the kernel module, then we could eliminate one component from our systems and use this instead. So in order to do this, we had to break offer-answer again, and we had to move away from the one-to-one media forwarding that was part of the core design of RTPengine from day one. It's always been one entity talking to another entity. So we had to get rid of this. There was a pretty big change to make. And we moved to a subscription-based model. So we logically split up the media flows into their respective directions, one in and one out for each media party. And then each side of the call, A and B, is subscribed to the other one. So you have one stream coming in, and the other one is subscribed to that stream and receives it. The important part here is, of course, that you can have multiple subscriptions and multiple subscribers for each call party. The design goal in this change that we made is that we needed to get rid of the one-to-one mapping completely, only have one-to-n media mapping in the whole code base, and that this change should be internal only. So for the existing offer-answer model, it should be transparent. To the outside world, there should not be any noticeable difference. And for all the calls that are set up through offer-answer, you would have one-to-n media forwarding, but n would just be one. We also wanted to retain all the existing features, SRTP transcoding, and especially the kernel module also needs to support this new one-to-n media mapping. And then to support the new features, SIPREC, SFU, we had to implement additional methods other than offer-answer to support media mapping with n greater than 1. So for the SIPREC use case, let's start with this one. This is what a regular call now looks like internally. You have A and B talking to each other. Each one is subscribed to the other one. And now this guy wants to listen in. So we'll simply add a subscription for this guy to one of the call parties, and now it's able to receive a copy of that media stream. And this is not limited to SIPREC. You can use this for legal intercept or any kind of media forking scenario that you want. And you can, of course, have multiple subscription. You can have, this is what you do with SIPREC. You receive a copy of every media stream. And you achieve this simply by adding more subscriptions. And for the actual SIPREC use case, you would have a user agent that is talking to an external entity through SIP, sets up a session there. And this user agent would be talking the control protocol to RTPengine to set up the subscriptions and so on. And this is what OpenSIPs has implemented now as part of their SIPREC module. So this exists already. To support this, we added a couple of new methods, subscribe request and subscribe answer. Subscribe request produces a send-only offer SDP from RTPengine. And for SIPREC, for example, this is what you would send out in an invite. You are able to do any sort of SDP manipulations that we support. You can add or remove encryption. You can add or remove transcoding. You can do it to a WebRTC endpoint or the other way around. And you can do this for multiple subscriptions at the same time. And then from the external system, you would get an answer SDP back that needs to be fed back into RTPengine. This is the subscribe answer. This would be a receive-only SDP stream now. This can possibly, if you want to, use different codecs than the original streams. And ultimately, this sets up the actual media forking and the flow of media. And then, of course, there's an unsubscribe as well. From the kernel module, very simple. This is what it looks like. Packet comes in. It makes a copy once for each output stream. And the original packet is then eventually dropped. Just a quick note now here that some people think that is the copying of the data, that is the overhead that actually produces the CPU usage. We find that this is not really the case. It's really the context switch that is the problem, because we've been making copies of packets even in the most simple case, and we're still quite happy with the performance that we get. To support the conferencing case now, we added another new method. This is not a published method. This performs an offer-answer exchange directly against RTPengine. So you publish your offer SDP, you get a response back from RTPengine. The published streams you do, those are send-only. You can offer multiple codecs. RTPengine would accept one codec only, and you can influence which one it is. So you can give it a list of preferences, which ones you prefer. And the publish does not create any subscriptions on its own. So if you do just the publish and start sending your stream, this essentially ends up nowhere. It's like a black hole. It doesn't get forward anyway until you add subscriptions elsewhere. And I'm sure you've seen this coming. This is what a typical conferencing setup looks like. You have a few call parties. Each one publishes their stream. These are send-only streams. And without subscription, those aren't going anywhere. So we can add subscriptions now. You have one of them wants to listen to Kermit, so we add a subscription there, and then the stream is duplicated there. And then you can add more subscriptions. Now everybody wants to listen to Kermit. And then to end up with a full-on conferencing scenario, you add more subscriptions, and eventually everybody is subscribed to everybody else, and everybody receives everybody else. And this is a fully fledged SFU, basically. If you're familiar with Janus, this might look very familiar to you, especially the video room plugin. And in fact, and I want to be careful when saying this, this is so similar that, and because we're able to talk WebSocket and JSON anyway, we put a kind of a translation layer into place where RTPengine pretends to be Janus. I don't want to say it's fully compatible because it's really not. It just implements one very specific subset of the Janus API. And depending on how you use Janus, if you're lucky, if you do it right, it may be possible to just switch the two out and then use this instead of Janus. Just for one specific use case, just for the video room plugin. To wrap things up, for the SFU, all SDP manipulations are supported. You can do this for WebRTC, you can do this for plain zip, you can do transcoding. You still have full support for the kernel module, including mix and match SRTP encryption, decryption. And you can also mix this with calls set up through offer answer. So this is what you would use for ZipRec, for example. And then I had some examples here, but I see we're out of time. So I'll just say thank you. I think if the slides are made available, you can look at the examples afterwards. Thank you for listening. Any questions? Some questions?
We have a mic coming up from the back.
So I had some hardware SBCs that we don't use anymore because we replaced it with OpenSIPs, but they came with some hot knife cards. And as far as I can tell, I have no use for them whatsoever, and they're garbage. Do you think hot knife cards, these PCI Express hot knife cards, are worth anything, or should I just put them in the recycling?
I would love to answer that, but I don't know what that is. Sorry.
What about the scalability? How is it scalable? How it works?
So in terms of raw performance, I started talking about doing hundreds of calls on one machine with existing solutions 10 years ago. With the kernel module, this goes into the thousands, so there's an improvement of at least tenfold. The highest number I've seen was somebody running 15,000 calls, concurrent calls on one machine only. To scale it out sideways, you can use, if you use Kamailio or OpenSIPs, there's a load balancing logic in there where you can have multiple RTPengine instances running on different machines, and the module will then do it round robin or in any kind of way, just spread out the calls. Okay. One over there.
Thank you. Two questions. Will the RTPengine support Silk codec soon?
Silk, I don't think we have Silk as such. We have it as part of Opus because that's kind of Silk.
Okay.
We don't have, I'm not sure actually. I've never seen Silk used anywhere, to be honest.
It's a lot.
Yeah. Even though now that you mention it, I think it is supported actually, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
I can check. If you come back to me, I'll look it up.
Yeah, the second question is, for example, if basic code A code B, right? They are using the IPv4, but once I switch to a V6, so if we don't delete the previous V4 connection, what happened in RTPengine?
So RTPengine is able to bridge different networks, V4 and V6, even different IP addresses, multiple IP addresses. You just need to set up RTPengine to actually use a V4 address and a V6 address on one host. And then you need, as part of the signaling, you need to tell RTPengine which way a call is going. So if it's coming from V4, obviously it will see that. But if you know it's going to a V6 address, you need to tell RTPengine to use V6 for the outgoing offer, and it will handle the rest automatically. What do you mean the previous V4? You mean like as part of a re-invite? So we have recently added the capability to close sockets, to close ports during the runtime of a call. So previously all ports would stay open until the very end of the call. We are now closing them as needed. For this particular case, I would have to check, but it's certainly possible that if that happens in a re-invite, that the old ports would be closed and then they could be reused. Yeah, okay. Anybody else?
Great, let's have a round of applause for Richard. Thank you very much. Up next, we have Fred Posner. He's going to be talking about protecting SIP servers with APIBAN. He's been specializing in open source, including Asterisk, Kamailio, formerly OpenSCR, and FreeSwitch. So let's give a hand to Fred and welcome him out on the stage.
Thank you.
Take it away.
Thank you for your patience. You guys not getting the slides? All right. Welcome. Today I'm going to talk about APIBAN and protecting your SIP servers with APIBAN. It's great to be back at ClueCon today and every day. Okay, well, let's go through a quick agenda. I'm going to give a quick introduction. We'll talk about what is APIBAN, how does APIBAN work, how one would integrate APIBAN once you find out what it is and how it works. And then we'll talk about something called IP Tables API. So the introduction, my favorite introduction at ClueCon was when I was wearing the same outfit as I had on there. And so I made sure not to replicate that mistake. I am Fred Posner. I'm a voice over IP consultant. I work with Kamailio. Very honored to be part of that project. Usually I wear a Kamailio hat, as you can see there and here. My beautiful wife and daughter. I'm based out of Florida. My favorite way to communicate is on Matrix, Twitter, and never SIP because we're in telephony, right? All right, so what is APIBAN? APIBAN is not fail to ban. And I say that because I really don't like fail to ban. And the reasons why I don't like fail to ban is just based on experience. I think the concept of it is great and it does have a use. My major problems with fail to ban was high memory usage, high CPU usage, it was reactive, right? So fail to ban is blocking something because you've already been attacked, and then it happens on a single box, right? So those are my major concerns with fail to ban. My minor concerns was that I could never remember the commands, right? So when a user would block themselves out, it would take me forever and a day to unblock them just because I'd have to go look it up, and it was just, you know, someone yelling at you that they're blocked, and, you know, because of a legit problem normally, but anyway. And then the other thing is I do like IP tables, and when we had some customs chains, you know, in whatever system we're running and fail to ban was running, sometimes it would like to delete all of our customs chains, and that's not nice. So API ban is not fail to ban, but what it is a simple API to help you identify unwanted, you know, or bad traffic that's coming to your systems. It was an idea we floated around at, you know, conferences such as this, Kamailio World especially. We all were thinking, wow, we're getting so many attacks from just having a SIP server out there on the internet that there's got to be a way for us to maybe tell each other when one of us got hit, something like that, and try to proactively reduce it so that if you hit me, I don't, you know, it doesn't hit you, kind of a sharing of this information. So we would wait a year and meet at the conference again and go, wow, remember we had that great idea, and we never did anything with it. And then back in 2020, I had a couple weeks on my schedule that freed up, and I wanted to learn how to do something with Go. And so I thought about doing an API for it, and we deployed some honeypots. And then we just said, well, let's share it with the world. So it's a free service from LOD.com. And we also have some great sponsors that are helping us with funding some honeypots. Those sponsors include NetSapiens, Jambones, Ivan Yarko, who's been here in the past, the company Clearly IP, and many sponsors on GitHub. So we're grateful. Each one of those basically means more honeypots to get more traffic. The big thing is it's free, as in beer, so you don't have to pay for it. We want you to protect your service. And it's a simple API for you to connect to it. So you can query our data in real time. We have globally deployed honeypots, you know, globally, so AKA all over the world. We look for attacks on SIP servers via TLS, TCP, UDP. We look for SIP traffic. We look for non-SIP traffic coming to SIP ports or what a SIP server might listen on. We're also looking for especially things like DNS, stuff like that, which has been used, you know, in the recent past to help take down servers. And then if anyone connects to our honeypots with something like that, we list them in API ban as a bad IP. They stay, quote unquote, active in API ban for 7 days, at which point we say they're okay now. And some of them relist within seconds. Okay, so you can be reactivated immediately. There's no permanent ban because they just, you know, we only want the active ones. We're trying to keep your IP tables list as small as possible. So on the API itself, the goal was to keep it simple, thinking that you're either going to connect from like a SIP server using curl or something like that. So like on Kamailio, OpenSIPs, even FreeSwitch. So trying to use get as a method whenever possible. We'll give you, there's where you can check one by one. So if you just run what we call the check part, you put in check/IP, and it will either return a 200, which means that it's blocked, or a 400. You can also get the entire list which we give in groups of 250, because again, you're a SIP server most likely. So we really want to try to keep your max while loops under 250 there. So we give you that, and then a control ID for pagination, but we can, there's integration examples on how you would do that. If you were just using the band API, for example, you would just go to APIBAN.org with your API key, band. You'll get an array of IP addresses and a control ID. So if you get a 200, that means that there's IP addresses listed. If you get a 400, that means that there's been no new IP addresses since you've last checked. So you would keep checking on that control ID. It would tell you, wow, there's no new IP addresses since that control ID, and you'll get a 400. And then if there are new ones, you'll get the new IP addresses and a new control ID to query next time. And so you can use the control ID to get the next set. On the check one, there's no win. Some people want a 200 if it's not blocked, you know, and a 400 if it is. Other people wanted it the other way. I chose the other way. So you get a 200 if it's blocked, and you get a 404 if it's if we don't know it. With that being the thing, we don't know this IP, so you get a 404. Made sense to me SIP-wise, but you know, it's open source. It's very easy to sign up for APIBAN. All you have to do is go to APIBAN.org, get a key, and you can start using it right away. And again, it's free. And there's full API documentation on the website, APIBAN.org. But now, how do you integrate it? Okay, so you can do your own API thing, and I know now with you know, the push with SignalWire and FreeSwitch, you know, there's a lot of web devs in here, so full API, you could do whatever you want. That being said, what if you just want to run it on a server and not make your own API programming or anything like that? Well, we have a client, and we have an open source client that we wrote in Go. Location is up there. It's on, and it's also linked to from APIBAN.org. But it's a very quick and easy install. Again, you just need that that API key that you can get from APIBAN.org. But this client will automatically add a chain to your IP tables. It will then add IPs, and it will also flush old IPs. So again, the IP address is only active for 7 days, and so after 7 days, the IP gets flushed from your chain, so it tries to keep it small as possible. If people are using IP tables a lot, you'll know that if you have huge chains, it can actually decrease the performance of IP tables, right? And so you want to try to keep it you know, reasonable. That being said, at any given time in APIBAN, we have right around an average of you know, 800 to about 1,500 IPs. But like right now, we're in a huge onslaught of Viper VPN is just attacking SIP servers right now. So sometimes in the past couple of weeks or so, it's gone up to around 2,000 or 3,000 active IPs. And Viper VPN, if you should just block that whole subnet, by the way, it's just, there's over 8,000 IPs that have hit SIP servers. Anyway, I call this kind of the Ronco approach, using the client where you set it and forget it, so you don't have to worry about it in FreeSwitch. So, you know, on Kamailio and, you know, in OpenSIPs as well, you have the ability to not respond to traffic, right? So I have this IP, I can run that check and then go, all right, well, it's a blocked IP, let me just drop the traffic, not respond. We can't really do that in FreeSwitch, right? So if I get something and it's blocked by ACL or it's blocked by something else, I'm going to send a SIP response back. And so by blocking it with this client in IP tables, FreeSwitch won't even see it. The other benefit of using this with IP tables is it moves, this activity from the software layer down to like layer 2 or 3, right? And so even with Kamailio, where I was, sending, let's say, 5,000 calls per second of just bad traffic. Kamailio is still going to use some CPU. It's not going to use a ton of CPU because it's Kamailio, right? So it's going to use like maybe, less than 10%. But if I move it to IP tables, it's going to go down to less than 1%. So it just makes it incredibly more efficient. This is what IP tables is on your system for. It's on a different layer. It works great. Same thing with FreeSwitch. Although if I hit it with that much traffic, it's going to have a much worse effect. It's going to use a lot more CPU. But if I block in IP tables, FreeSwitch won't ever have to see it, right? It's being blocked on the network. So that's why we like the client, especially for FreeSwitch, Fusion, Asterisk, things like that. On the site, we have examples of other integrations and very detailed examples of how you can integrate this with Kamailio. There's Homer examples of how you can integrate this with check within Homer, also SIP3. One for doing IP tables integration with, let's say, just a bash script if you don't want to run our Go client. There's an OpenSIPs example. And for people out there that are running pfSense and OpenSense, we have an example of integrating it with IP set. So instead of just listing each IPs, we also provide an IP set return so that it can be blocked automatically at your router level if you have a router that supports IP set. The two that I know of that do it are pfSense and OpenSense. But there's more. We also made something called IP Tables API. And this I really like. It's a very, very simple API. And again, it was my biggest problem with fail to ban was not remembering how to unblock an IP, right? The blocking's automatic, but I just couldn't remember how to unblock it if I needed it. So IP Tables API is a very simple API. It makes a local chain in your IP tables, and then you can use it to block IPv4 and IPv6. It's simple if you want. It does support, there's a lot more documentation on the website for it, but it supports post if you wanted to, or push and delete for real web devs. But if you're just someone that just wants to run a quick get command, you could block IP and you can run unblock IP, and I can remember those, so that's why they're there. You can flush the entire chain just by running flush chain, and you can use it directly from FreeSwitch. So where APIBAN really excels is it's using our honeypot data, and it's trying to prevent anyone from hitting you that we know of. So proactively, instead of waiting for you to get hit and then blocking them, let's block them before they hit you. But that being said, APIBAN isn't going to protect you from a direct attack. Somebody knows you, somebody doesn't like you, some user has gone AWOL or compromised or is just harassing you, and you want to block them. You can easily do that from the dial plan within FreeSwitch or a Lua script or anything. Just, hey, I had this many attempts, block it, things like that. So you can help protect your own system, from a direct attack there, or something that just doesn't meet your criteria. The nice thing about this is you can also set the chain. So right now it's, let's say for example, we've been talking about doing rejects, but you can use this IP Tables API to lock out the world by default on your IP tables, and then use this to unblock or allow certain IPs, right? So you could say, okay, by default, I'm going to be preventing anyone unknown from hitting me, and instead of a very complicated ACL, I'll just run a curl statement whenever we get a new client IP or something like that, and then unblock them and allow their traffic. And that, I've tried to leave some room for questions. And again, we would hope that you would go to apiban.org. The key is free, and please help protect your systems. Thank you so much. Hi.
So my understanding is the block list is generated by a certain set of honeypots that are set up just for gathering these bad addresses, right?
Yeah, there's honeypots all over the world.
Okay. If a user of APIBAN encounters a bad address, does it have the ability to report that to APIBAN, or is that not something that's capable of doing?
Right now, it doesn't. And all right, so the question was, I mean, he's very well mic'd, and I could hear him great. So thank you. The question was, can basically users submit to APIBAN? I found one in the wild that's attacking me. I want to help the world, and can I share this API or share this IP address? Right now, the answer is no. And we thought very long and hard about it. We had discussions on it. There's a public matrix room for APIBAN, and so we even talked about it as a community. The answer is no for now because of the current state of ethics among carriers and things like that, where we are very afraid of poison data. And so the local IP tables API would really help you in that case, right? So you could block it on your own and things like that. So yes, you couldn't share it with the world, but at the same point, the belief on APIBAN is if there is one legitimate address in there, then it's not worth it, right? You have to trust this data. The data has to be just without compromise. And so that's what we're focused on, is just the integrity of the data. And so because of that, we don't do any community sharing. We don't allow people to provide direct honeypots because, we can't trust that it's secret enough. We change our honeypots all the time so that they're changed, they're used differently. But the idea is it would be better to have a bad IP get through than to block one legitimate IP. There's another question. Oh, you already have a mic.
Thanks for presentation, Fred. I'm curious about this integrity of the data. With UDP being pretty easily spoofable, is it like, how do you protect from somebody just spoofing your honeypot with, like, I don't know, Verizon IPs or something of that nature? So directly attacking IP to ban through the honeypots, essentially.
Right. So we do have monitoring. So how do we protect the data and someone just attacking it or spoofing it or things like that? So we do some anti-spoofing within the honeypot collection. But that being said, we try to cycle honeypots as well. Right now, the only legitimate IP that's ever been in APIBAN was mine because I forgot that I didn't change something during a test and I blocked my own IP by hitting a honeypot. Which made it fun for my clients that were using APIBAN to connect to them. But we do it by changing honeypots, by not really publicly allowing honeypots to be used, so people can't really submit or share, by monitoring with logs and things like that. There was a thought of doing multiple detection, where we have to have at least 2 honeypots hit before we listed one. We have the code in there to allow that, but right now it hasn't been necessary, and where there is a value of, because of the global deployment of it, just being you hit a single honeypot, let's get it there before, other people are attacked before it hits the second honeypot. But the way we're addressing that is just by constant monitoring. That's a great question. Thank you. We have another question over here and one over there.
So did you consider like having an ISO or something? Like we have a /24 that we can hit all the time, and they start at the base IP, and they go all the way up to the last IP. So what we do is we have a box and a low IP, and as soon as we get any packets to there, go back to the router and block anything coming in. Would you release an ISO, something where I would launch an ESXi where I have no control over it? I have no idea if you're using my data or not. But if somebody's hitting my network, you'll see it if I have spare IPs or have spare resources.
We're not accepting any honeypots because of a concern of quality of data. In terms of blocking subnets, in our monitoring, when we notice a subnet in particular, and for the one off the top of my head is Viper VPN, where again we have thousands and thousands of their IPs just being used to attack SIP servers today. They're the #1 right now. There's over 1,000 active right now. So we recommend blocking that entire subnet. We're still thinking it through on, you know, what's the criteria? If you have on a slash, you know, what percentage of your subnet do we need to have active before we say, hey, let's block this entire subnet? And so because of that, and because of the desire to make sure that we're not blocking any legitimate traffic, we're erring on the side of just doing it one. But we are collecting and analyzing the subnets of each IP that is registered to in any of the NICs, and that will probably be published for you to make your own decisions. There's another good question. I think there was...
Yeah, you mentioned that we cannot submit the IP address so that it's not added to the global database for the right reasons. But is it possible to maintain our own data in the API ban so that all the servers that we have in our infrastructure can have the common database of blocked IPs?
Yeah, I mean, can you take the API ban data and share it among yourselves? Yeah, I mean, we don't have any licensing that says not to do that.
No, we submit the new IPs, but they remain in our exclusive space only. So it's not globally banned, but for us it's black for no matter whichever servers we are using the service on.
We had thought about doing a community share model, and we have decided against that at this time, so we just simply do not allow anyone in the community to submit on IP.
No, not for community, just for our own selves, ourselves only.
Well,
So we can we have an exclusive store for ourselves on the API server database, API ban server?
Not through API ban,
Okay.
but yeah,
So
I
we have
mean,
to use
you
local
could do the
API
same
only.
thing, yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
fine.
it's- yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Thanks.
but we don't have like a self-hosted version.
All right. So now you guys said you're not allowing the community to set up honeypots, but are you looking for hardware to set up honeypots, or?
Right now because we have a lot of, and I'm pretty much out of time, but so this will be the last question, sorry. Because we change IPs a lot and everything like that, the hardware probably wouldn't help us because we'd have to change the IP so much. The best way, and with the pricing that we can get on deploying some of these honeypots and the small footprint we need is just, you know, like even a $5 GitHub sponsorship a month will do a honeypot, literally. So that's the best way we could ask for the community support. It's better than submitting data because again, we're just really concerned on the compromise. You know, because it could be that you have a bad legitimate user, right? And then you've blocked them, and now, you know, it's a bad. We would consider that bad data. But thank you. Thank you all very much.
That was great. We appreciate it. This might be a great time for a quick PSA. I noticed a lot of you realizing that we are, in fact, giving away prizes. And so if you have tickets and you want to put them for consideration, please do so as we introduce our next speaker. Thanks again, Fred. Really appreciate that. That was amazing. So next up on the stage here will be our very own Evan McGee. Are you mic'd up? Are you out there, Evan? We got CTO of SignalWire. And he's got something a little fresh for us today. And if he's not here, do we see him? Do we see him? Do we see him? We'll just take a quick 5 minutes to find him. Evan McGee. If not, do we have Martyn Davies in the room? If we need to do a quick swapperoo, are you mic'd up? Why don't you head right on over there? We'll get you a microphone. We'll get cracking on it. We'll get. So Martyn is from Inmarsat. He's going to talk about resilient voice on the ocean. Inmarsat is one of the world's largest established communications satellite operators. His team is responsible for maritime connectivity, and in particular, the Fleet Express product family. It's a real pleasure to have him up here and talk about Fleet Edge as a growing platform, offering data and voice services to ship crews, as well as adding value-add applications hosted on board in a virtualized environment. So without further ado, let's give a big, big hand over to Martyn.
And whilst he is plugging himself in, can I do a very quick promo for Dangerous Demos?
Oh yeah, you want to talk about
which are going to
Thursday.
take place. Oh, I'm feeding back. Need to get up here. There we go. Dangerous Demos tomorrow afternoon, just before we all depart. I will be wandering around, filling my batting order list from around lunchtime today. So come and find me if you have a dangerous demo. If you don't have a dangerous demo, I will come and find you. So remember that some of the best dangerous demos are those that the people who do them never had any idea they were going to be doing them half an hour before. So, right, Martyn, shall I get off and let you get on?
So, James, I think I should be considered because Patrice and I built a car on Monday and we had 2 fires while we were doing it. So,
well, I think I've got your name on the list already. Burning cars. You can't get much more dangerous than that. But anyway, Martyn, the stage is yours.
Thank you, James. And hello, everyone. So I wanted to talk about a project that we had at Inmarsat called Fleet Edge Voice. So Fleet Edge is a platform, a maritime platform on board a vessel, and we wanted to add enhanced voice features for the customers there. So to paint a picture about Inmarsat, in case you don't know who Inmarsat is, we've been in the business of satellite connectivity for over 40 years, serving a variety of markets, including maritime and aviation. I work in the maritime area. And we have a fleet of geostationary satellites offering voice and data, and the safety services that were the reason that Inmarsat was created in the first place. So we have 14 geostationary satellites at the moment. So to give a flavor of the kind of projects that are running inside Inmarsat, so we have Orchestra, which has been widely talked about in the media, which is this idea of bringing together many different types of connectivity, not just satellite, but also 5G and mesh networks. And that will continue for the next many years. It's a huge scope. And GX10 is an exciting new satellite for us, which is going to, it's in a highly eccentric orbit covering the poles, or covering the North Pole and the high latitudes. So it's filling in gaps that can't be covered by the geostationary satellite. Because if you can imagine the Earth, if you have a geostationary satellite, it's very far away, so it's looking side on to the Earth. So by the time you get to the North Pole, the satellite is always extremely low to the horizon. So GX10 will be to counter that. And Inmarsat 6 was launched last December. It's just coming up into its selected orbit now. It takes a long time to get it into the right place. And as we speak, tests are going on, the onboard system tests for a switch on in the next few weeks. And to give an idea of scale, that is the i6 F1 when it was in the factory prior to being put into its fairing to be mounted on the rocket. You can see the technicians at the bottom are quite small in comparison to the satellite itself. So to understand something about the services that we have in Inmarsat, so we have two different broadband services. So the L-band services, known as BGAN, they run in satellites that have been launched since 2005. So it's quite an old service now, but still very suitable for maritime applications. And then we have a newer service called Global Express, or GX. So those satellites went up from 2013 onwards. In fact, the I6F1 that I just showed has both those services on board. So the difference between those services is that GX is a much faster service, but BGAN is a more resilient service. So because GX is in a much higher frequency band, the Ka band is sort of 26 gigahertz. It's much more affected by the atmosphere and weather conditions. So if you're in a storm, you experience what's called rain fade. So the signal is very attenuated, perhaps even can't be received at all, in which case it's desirable to use the BGAN service. And many vessels have both services on board, so they can pick and choose. And to show how Fleet Edge fits in, so on the right-hand side there, we have a marine vessel, and it has a rack on board, very similar to what you would see in a shoreside data center. So there's a 1U PC in there. There are switches, routers, and antenna control units for the satellite. So you need quite a big space for it, but these are mainly installed on large vessels. And so the vessel can communicate over GX or BGAN to the shore. So you see on the left-hand side there, we have our downlink, our satellite base station. And so we have our support services running in AWS and EKS. A lot of this is containerized and runs in Kubernetes. So on the shore side, we have the packages that are needed to support the vessels, and so that we can do remote control and so on. And then just below that, you'll see there's also the PSTN link. So we use a big software switch called MetaSwitch. So that's our VoIP switch, and it also interconnects with all the other PSTN services across the world. So a summary of Fleet Edge. So it's like a small data center on a ship. So the PC that we have there has a number of different environments, VMs on that machine, and some of those also have containers on them that run different services. So we can host customers' applications as well as our own applications. And this is one of the main reasons that Fleet Edge exists, because in many cases the owners of the vessels don't want to maintain and run their own machines, so that this is a service that we offer them. And we have the voice service on board as well, which is, we're enhancing as part of this Fleet Edge voice project. Importantly, we have over-the-air configuration, so it's possible to use APIs on the shore to directly configure the machines, and we can also we can send Fleet Edge a message and tell it that a new version of a new software build is available, and then it's able to find out to get a manifest of all of the components that have changed and actually download software over the air. And then finally at the bottom there we have assurance, which is to say, this is a stream of metrics from various parts of the system that are sent on a regular basis that go into a special database on the shore that can be accessed by the customers. So for example, you can get the GPS location of the vessel, and you can get the performance level of the satellite systems and so on. And we have logging, which is, helps us to diagnose problems that customers are experiencing. So looking at Fleet Edge Voice, so we chose the G729 codec for our voice support because we have limited bandwidth. We want to get as many voice channels as we can connected. On BGAN, you can support 5 concurrent voice calls. In GX, it's much more, but we need to conserve the bandwidth, so we use G729. And also G729, because it's been around for a long time, is supported by a whole range of other equipment. So G729 was already built into our Metaswitch on the shore, and it also happens to be the codec that is used by a lot of customer equipment. And with Fleet Edge Voice, we wanted to have rapid over-the-air deployment, so we can send a small blob of JSON data via an API on the shore, and within a few minutes, that will have reconfigured Fleet Edge, and so we can dynamically change the DDI numbers that are available on the vessel. And another important feature is this failover. So as I mentioned, you can get problems with GX in poor weather, and so we built in the ability to run on GX, but then in the case that GX was not available, it could fall back onto BGAN, and to do that we need to reprogram the dial plan in order to make FreeSwitch behave in a different way depending on the resources that are available. So this is kind of the philosophy of Fleet Edge Voice. So you see on the left-hand side there, we have a routing and QoS component, which is connected to the control systems of the satellite terminals. So it can instruct the satellite terminals, and it can receive data from the APIs there. And then you see that in turn is interconnected via MQTT, which is a message bus, a two-way message bus, and I'll talk a bit more about that in a minute. So that allows conversation with FreeSwitch for control signals. And of course we have SIP and RTP, so that's the path where the voice calls will go over the satellite link and into our Metaswitch, and then potentially switched out into the outside PSTN. So obviously FreeSwitch allows us to directly register clients, so you can have soft phones or SIP phones which register with FreeSwitch, and that was the first phase of the project. But then we wanted also to be able to adapt to equipment that customers already have. So in many cases, value-added resellers have their own PBXs, their own phones, and their own stuff that they want to install on the ship, in which case all they want from us is a SIP trunk that will support the DDI numbers that they've been given within their environment. So to look at how we implemented this, so typically the way that we interact with Fleet Edge from the shore is we use Ansible. So we execute Ansible scripts over a secure link to the Fleet Edge. And in this case, we're also making a lot of use of Ginger. So Ginger is a scripting language that works alongside Ansible, and it allows you, while you're copying files, to do substitutions and manipulations in the text as part of the push operation, which is a very powerful capability that we're using here. And I'll show you some examples of that. So MQTT I mentioned before. So we created this component called Quokka, and Quokka sits on top of the FreeSwitch API, the ESL API, and it does some translation and filtering, and it forwards the messages to MQTT. So MQTT was a component that we already had on board the Fleet Edge. It's used for inter-environment communication, for example, with the assurance metrics. And so in the very specific case of Fleet Edge Voice, we have this two-way communication because the routing and QoS component knows whether we're currently switched to GX or BGAN. So it can communicate that information to FreeSwitch. And on the flip side, FreeSwitch knows how many calls are currently connected, and it communicates that to routing and QoS, because that allows us to reprogram the satellite terminal and get the best quality of service for the number of calls that we've got. And this allows us to have the dial plan being very dynamic and changing its behavior depending on which satellite system we're connected to. So some of the challenges that we experienced during this project, we have a very complex networking environment on the Fleet Edge. It has the different VMs and containers, and there are lots of different loopback IP addresses. So we did have some challenges making sure that the invite advertised the correct loopback interface to make sure that we could actually get the calls working. So in the early days we did have one-way audio, and for a period we had problems with SIP ACK timeouts because we were losing an ACK, which meant that the voice call would only be connected for 30 seconds. And also it was challenging getting all of the different customer requirements into one set of template files that we could use as the basis for the FreeSwitch configuration. So having got the original registration configuration in place, we then needed to support the SIP trunk system, which took a few more weeks to understand exactly how we were going to build that. But it came good in the end, and actually we were able to take part in another project that was going on in Inmarsat at the time called rack simplification. So that allowed us to take out a Cisco router that had previously been used for supporting customer equipment. And we pulled all of that functionality into the software configuration of FreeSwitch. So it actually ended up saving not only money, but because of the chip shortage after the pandemic, we were having problems sourcing some of the equipment that we needed. And so being able to exclude a piece of hardware was extremely valuable. And of course, on the subject of the pandemic, you know, while we were working on this, we were all sent home, and the culture of Inmarsat had always been a very much working in the office type of thing. So this is quite momentous for us because everybody went home and we started using Teams. But in the end, we were quite productive, and we managed to deliver this and other projects during the pandemic. So to give a technical flavor of how some of this works, so an example of the ginger that we have here, if you look down on about line 3, so we have a for loop there. So when we say for client in clients, clients is actually one of the fields in our JSON blob that we send over the API. So what this is doing is identifying all of the client lines within the configuration. So each one of those has a DDI number, which we need to pull into our FreeSwitch configuration. And you also see that we're checking, was that line 5? We're checking if BGAN is named as one of the flags on a particular line. And what that means is that number will have special treatment. So if you have the BGAN flag, it means that when the system switches over from GX to BGAN, and you've only got 5 calls available, you can choose certain numbers that will preferentially, you know, be able to get those numbers and still be active, you know, during the storm at sea. And you see at the bottom there, the output of this is actually a regex. So we're creating a regex, which is then going to be referred to in the FreeSwitch dial plan. And then this is what we're doing with the information about whether we're currently switched to GX or BGAN. So down on about line 4 there, you see we're looking at this variable called satellite link. So there we're making a decision on whether the system is currently switched to BGAN or GX. So when this dial plan is evaluated, we can use the knowledge of whether we're switched to BGAN currently or on GX, and we can implement a different kind of dial plan. So we can dead-end calls if we want to, and we can prioritize numbers that have the BGAN flag on them. So I'd just like to pay tribute to my colleagues in Inmarsat who helped me build this from the first glimmerings of imagination. And thank you to all of you for turning up to this in-person ClueCon. It's certainly very good for me to be able to come here and tell my story.
Round of applause. Thank you so much for being here. Do we have any questions from the audience? Got one right here in the center.
Yeah, I was wondering, when you do the switch from XP to BGAN, did you also have to do shoreside changes to accommodate maybe the IP routing or things like that, or is that already accounted for?
No, it wasn't necessary to make a change there. We already had that capability. Yeah, thanks.
Another question right over here.
Thank you. Hi, does the SIP message convey any GPS coordinates?
No, so we send GPS to the shore via assurance, so it's part of a different system. Yeah. Well, is there a reason that would be useful? All right.
Anyone else? Any other questions? All right. Big round of applause. Thank you so
very much.
So we're running a little fast, so we're going to give everyone an opportunity to take a little coffee, bathroom, water break for about 10 minutes before we have our next speaker come up, and then we got a VC panel and we got some more prizes to give away. So 10-minute break, breathe easy, and then we'll convene back here in just a moment.
so naturally, putting all the work in your way, fighting just to see the next day. Never wanna trust and just pray, always have a place you can stay. can try your best to feel what you want to feel. Lost in my mind, nothing to find. We were all blind, caught and confined. If you find a way out, would you share it with me? You're the one that sets us free from this misery. If a toll is taken, then it's up to you. In the end, you have to do what you have to do. Lost in my mind, nothing to find. We were all blind, caught and confined. Stop the whole show, drew the tempo. Start it up slow, feeling the flow. Lost in my mind, nothing to find. We were all blind, caught and confined. Stop the whole show, drew the tempo. Start it up slow, feeling the flow.
Is everyone sufficiently well rested? Everyone feeling hydrated? You can ask me a question, yes. Yes, it is also a trick question, absolutely. Because are we ever? Right. So just want to make a quick announcement before we get off to it. As you can see, this lovely gentleman over here putting in raffle tickets. This will be one of your last chances, should you want to win amazing prizes, amazing prizes, amazing prizes. And also that there are other amazing prizes available for raffle drawings and golden tickets if you post on social in our community and in discourse. So if you do, the option is available to you. Come find Alex. She knows everything. She can tell you how to do it. And without further ado, we've got Evan McGee, CTO of SignalWire, to talk to you about a little something Web3-y, a little something different.
Oh yes, very exciting.
A little something special.
A little something special.
So without further ado, Evan McGee.
Thank you. Thanks, Ev. Thank you. Hope everybody's having a lovely morning. So this talk is a little bit different, right? I know a lot of the talks we do here at ClueCon are very technical and go through a lot of detail. We've seen some amazing ones so far. Everyone in the room here is a very technical person, I know that. What I'm excited about here is this talk's a little more high level. And if this inspires anything in you to come talk to us later, if you have ideas or ways that like we can work together or ways that this stimulates something, come find me, come find anybody that we work with, come find Evan, come find anyone. We'll talk more about these ideas because I feel like what I'm about to talk about, social economies, Web3 things, is more of a forward-facing motion and something that we can all provide value to. So really, the title of this talk is a little bit, my wife helped me, she's a journalist. She was like, make a title that's punchy. We've been trying to punch up titles. She's like, WebRTC is the unquenchable fuel of Web3. Like, it's the most clickbaity title we could possibly come up with when we were sitting on the couch. But who am I? So I am Evan McGee. I'm the CTO, one of the co-founders over here at SignalWire. There's all of my different social media things. You can come find them. Feel free to follow me, do whatever else you want, but I don't post that much because I'd rather talk to you guys in person, to be honest. So what is Web3, right? We hear this, it's a buzzword, right? We hear it a lot. Web3, what are we talking about, right? Even Elon got it. Has anyone, right? Has anyone seen it? You can't find it. What does it mean? Who here actually thinks they know what Web3 means? Just give me a show of hands. Like, who thinks they know what a Web3 thing is? Yeah, exactly. We got Len in the back. Len knows what it is, but other than Len, nobody here has any idea because it's not really a well-defined term. There's a couple of different things. Web3 is not Web 3.0. It can be. People conflate them. They can be the same, but frequently they're not. Web 3.0 is what Tim Berners-Lee would describe as the semantic web, right? That's his vision of what the actual internet turns into, whereas Web 3 is more about distributed social economies and token economies. So when we get into this, right, Web 1, Web 2, and what is like Web 3.0. So this was the beginning, right? He started out with just static HTML pages. If you were alive back then, which some of us were here and some of us were not, back in the 90s when things were just, just blinking tags in HTML and things like that. Then we had Web 2, and Web 2 was the one that everyone coins like Facebook, interactive sites, things like that. And Web 3.0 basically is the idea that we're moving beyond just people being able to read, write on the web into machines being able to talk to each other. A lot of it, the way we would talk about it, is just like metadata tags, right? Everything is tagged metadata-wise so that any link or object can be machine readable so that things can talk to each other. You can scrape things, you can parse things much more than you can today. Sorry, my mic is popping a little bit. I'm trying to move it away. So that's the future of it, right? That's the exciting part of the semantic web. And by that, it just simply means that all the machines can talk to each other, human readable, machine readable, allows things to happen autonomously in the background. Web 3.0, so there's another little graphic about it, right? Read only, sort of static, read-write interactive, and then read-write trust verifiable. The trust verifiable is an important part of the last portion of this, which is that, as we know, the internet was built to be decentralized, but also anonymous in a lot of ways. And that's caused a lot of problems. It's both amazing and also an issue. So in the future, having some sort of digital signature that we can pass around, you can verify the both ownership of, say, let's say, like an NFT, which I'll talk about, or the trusted source authority of some kind of information. So the idea of building trust into an untrusted system, it's something that was missing from day one and that they kind of need to work in right now. Whereas the Web 1, 2, and 3 are a little bit different, right? This is sort of, it says, Web 1 and Web 2, because the Web 3 term is kind of amorphous, but really it's about going from an information economy sort of, again, that sort of read system to a platform economy where you go to like Facebook or Dropbox or things like that, or DocuSign, to sort of a token-based, decentralized, distributed thing, where the trust and verifiableness is enforced by the underlying systems. And that's a really, really interesting differentiation from the way we currently do things. Right now, you have to trust a bank, or you got to trust Okta, or somebody like that, like to actually know who you are and pass that information along. In the Web3 model, who your trust is inherent in the actual underlying systems, so you can present yourself as yourself, and everybody here can identify who you are. You know who I am because you can see my face. On the internet, nobody knows you're a dog, so you can tell, like, no, I'm a golden retriever. I live in Santa Monica, and I like the beach. So like that, how do you identify who you are? It's also about decentralization, right? That's a big part of it. Up until now, we've had a lot of, these kind of networks, right? Started out a lot of centralized systems. The internet, as we all know, was built to be decentralized. That was the whole point of the ARPANET. The whole point was to withstand some sort of nuclear attack so that you could always route traffic around. So it was originally built to be sort of a decentralized system. So you have these three sort of main network types: centralized, decentralized, and distributed. If anyone here has played with WebRTC or knows about it, you're going to recognize this exact same topology, right? This looks a little familiar, right? So you have mesh P2P, you have MCU and SFU topologies. But if we go back for a second, right, this is the exact same sort of system. We also, if you know here, if you played with any of these systems before, you sort of understand that a mesh or a distributed system can be very, very noisy and chattery. So centralized, we know that's an issue, because that's what we currently have now with a lot of sources, right? All information is centralized. You sort of decentralized, which is a little bit better, and then you have distributed. Distributed, again, can be kind of difficult. If we go back to the WebRTC thing, who here is sort of you raise your hand if you're aware of the problems with a mesh topology? Anyone? Okay, good. Then I'll kind of explain it. So the issue with the mesh topologies, you can see here, the number of connections doesn't scale well. So you see that every person has to connect to every other person. So as you get up to 1, 2, 3 people, not a problem. Everyone connects to everybody else. If you have 50 people, you have 50 connections from each person. So the algorithm does not scale past a certain amount. And each person, let's say you're sending WebRTC traffic, you are actually sending video, decoding video from 50 people. You can't really do that. SFU is a bit better, right? Centralizes, forwards the packets around. That's a selective forwarding unit. So in WebRTC language, that means videos come into a central place and they go out again. So you're sending one outbound stream and you're receiving inbound streams from everybody else. Better, still a problem in some scenarios because again, you're receiving up to N number of videos and those videos have to be decoded by whatever device you're on. Whether it's a laptop, not a problem. But let's say you have an Android handset that was given to you by, your grandma because you're 7 or whatever, and a 7-year-old shouldn't have phones. But anyway, you have, and you can't, it can't decode that many videos at once. You're trying to play Roblox with all your friends, and I know this for a fact because I've seen my son do it, and it doesn't work. So then you have an MCU one. MCU again is sort of a more centralized model in that way, where all the videos come in as one feed and you get one out. So it's one in, one out. So it gives you some benefits. The offset of that is that you do all of the server side encoding and decoding. So there's trade-offs to each one of these, but the mesh one in particular doesn't scale very well. And that's been a real interesting part of WebRTC from the very beginning, because it was pitched as sort of a P2P protocol, and a lot of the data channels can do that. But the video in that case is only useful in very certain scenarios. But it's attractive because you can just go person to person and can be very secure, versus having to do end-to-end encryption in the other ways. But it's not really about, Web3 is not really about decentralization. That's one part of it. It's really about building up communities. The whole point is why was this technology invented? Why are we doing anything with communications in general? Because it's about community, right? So the communities you form when you do these sorts of Web3 organizations. A token-based economy only functions when people are using or spending these tokens or doing whatever else they want to do. So you have things like DAOs, right? Again, another show of hands. I feel like this is great because only 2 people are actually raising their hands. Who knows what a DAO is? Okay, all right, we got 4 people. Terrific. So they are distributed autonomous organizations. Basically, they are groups of people that have come together and they enforce rules of a network based on smart contracts. Smart contracts being the basically programmatic underpinnings of things like Ethereum and stuff like that, right? You say, if everybody votes, everyone who has a token can vote on something. Let's say we're a good example actually is one of these was a crypto token recently where it was a bunch of like weird sort of manipulations of the market. There was a whale who was holding a lot of like this thing into the side, and they're like, if this guy liquidates, we're going to actually the thing will be underwater, margin calls will happen, people get wiped out. So the DAO of that organization voted to basically take that guy's money away from him and force him to sell on like a private internal market. What was interesting was that it is enforced by the voting of the members. Voting is done by who holds the most tokens in an organization. So it's a very interesting model. It also can be swayed though. If you own 90% of a thing, I mean, this is why, and I won't get into the politics of this, but it's why the Electoral College was originally founded, right? Was that they didn't want New York City taking over and dictating what happens in Wyoming, so they wanted to sort of even out the playing field. Well, we're back to that again, where anyone who owns all the tokens can kind of sort of dictate what goes on to a certain extent. And so there's lots of ideas of how do we do that? How do you manage these sort of organizations and communities? But again, a lot of this is about voting and people taking ownership and part of the community. And at the end of the day, all these tokens, all these things are generally about monetization, right? A lot of this ends up being about how do we spend money? How do we get money? How do people live their lives and do their jobs? And so what Web3 really does is sort of enables these sort of social economies, right? People are now able to come together in brand new ways to form organizations that forward the benefits that they want. Maybe it's you're an animal rights activist. Maybe it is simply that you want to, just make more money for money's sake. I'm not here to say, what's right or wrong. It allows people around the world to find a common interest and then form organizations and communities around it. And it's not just groups of people like that. It's people like content creators and influencers, whole new job archetypes that existed when we were younger, but now are something that is actually like a career people follow. And living in LA, this is something I actually talk to people a lot about, people who work in this kind of thing. And so it's really interesting, right? You have things like NFTs, content creators, social communities. Excuse me. So who here knows, so again, more hands. Who here has heard of NFTs? You ever heard of NFTs? Great, everyone's heard of it. Who here has actually bought an NFT? Yeah, you got, all right, we got one back there. A couple, Luca's got like 35 of them, I think. Anyway, NFTs are non-fungible tokens, right? Really all they are is digital, it's the ownership of a digital asset or something else. This is one of the Bored Apes. These things sell for about, I don't know. Yeah, what are they at now? Like $50,000? They were $50,000. Wow, that picture costs 50 grand. And you can own it, and I put it in here, and I can do whatever I want with it, and you can do whatever you want with it. The whole point is I don't own that image. Somebody out there actually owns that, and to people who that matters to, it's worth $50,000. And that's the whole point of the sort of NFT market, is that it's ownership of an asset. It is something that someone created, you pay for it, and it really is almost like art curation, right? You're owning something, particularly on the digital side. It can be like your avatar. Like anything else, I can have a reproduction of a Picasso in my house, and everyone will be like, "Oh, it's an amazing art. Is that a real Picasso?" And it's like, no, it's like literally done by a guy, line for line, perfect. But it's not a real Picasso. So same thing, right? These are I can copy the image into this talk, but it's not my image; it's their image, and that matters to a lot of people. I created this, so this is a. I created a few NFTs for this talk. I was going to put them on OpenSea so you can purchase them with all the proceeds going to charity. I'll probably do that after the talk is done. Didn't quite get that finished. But that over there is I typed into Stable Diffusion. What did I put in there? It was like saguaro cactuses at a bar. And that's what it generated, right? And I was like, oh, great. So like using sort of the AI, sort of things like that. Stable Diffusion, by the way, is one of these AI art generation tools. It's a lot of fun. But I was like, how do you create unique pieces of art that people might want to purchase? You throw it up there, anyone can buy it. It's a really interesting way that artists and people can actually now monetize their own value. I mean, in the past, imagine you're an animator. This is a story I have from Los Angeles. I have a bunch of friends who work in like YouTube comedy videos, things like that. They were animators for the longest time. They worked in animation, and then YouTube and Google at one point changed their algorithm so they were no longer monetized based on viewership, but on sort of length of view. As soon as that did it, it just killed all animation on YouTube, because you can't make animation that lasts an hour and a half, right? It has to last 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Might get viewed a million times, but it's not long enough. So they all switched into, that's why you've seen this profusion or proliferation of gaming, like people just chatting while they do games, that kind of stuff, because it keeps you engaged for a long period of time. But those animators were always very sad, because that's what they really wanted to do. That was their passion, was creating that art. And so the idea that they can now use things like NFTs to create this sort of thing, you can own the animation, you can own individual, they can cut it up into individual frames. My wife, as a journalist, has always said, you can always sell this. As a journalist, one of the things, if you're freelance, is you want to sell the same story 3 separate times. Because you do a lot of work investigating, writing the story. You want to get 3 different angles on it. Artists are the same way. They want to create one image or one thing and then be able to resell that a bunch of times because it takes so much effort to do it. And so NFTs are one way to do that, which is a very exciting opportunity for them. And those people are the content creators. Whoops. Yeah, they are the content creators, right? And so when we say content creators, it kind of has like kind of a negative ring to it sometimes. Like, content creators, kids these days. But like these people work so incredibly hard. They are out there just busting their asses every day trying to put stuff out there. Is all of it great? No. Is all the code I've written great? Yes. But that's they try their best. And they are really, really working to give people what they want. And they have communities. These communities might be 10,000 people, 20,000 people. This happens a lot where they're small, but they're tight. And then they feel like they're connected to the actual person. And this, again, I'm going to circle back to WebRTC here, I do promise. What that means is people want to interact. They want to make sure that they're connected to their audience and to their fan base. They need to find ways to do that. They need to be in charge of the narrative because that connection is what finances their life and how they make their living. And that is a social community, right? All of these pictures, by the way, I made with Stable Diffusion. I think that I was like a guy laughing at a microphone, which is why his jaw's a little more funky. But these are all artificially created images. Again, social communities, they need to start small. They may start like 1, 2, 10 people. You start a Twitch stream and you're an amazing DJ from the UK and you get a couple followers, 20 followers, 100, 1,000, 10,000 followers. It's really, you need something that's going to scale here. And all of these communities need some sort of form of communication. So that's why I think, and I would make the argument, that WebRTC is the fuel for that social engagement. There is no other technology that currently exists today that allows the scale to go from like 1 person to 1 million people in order to engage those communities, in order to like talk to people, right? Right now, the state of, and this is something we talked about earlier, you have a couple different styles here. I'm gonna come back to that one. Right now, the standard is chat and sort of like one-way video, right? This is something that everyone uses today. You're on Twitch, you're watching somebody, you're chatting with them a little bit, even typing, and the feed is scrolling by at 1 million things an hour. But that's it. This is the only way you can talk to people, right? That's not enough going forward. That's not enough to keep people engaged. And you want to make sure that they feel a connection, particularly if it's your livelihood that's depending on this. So one way is to do that. WebRTC allows for that sort of global real-time engagement, right? Texting does not make it interactive. You need to be able to scale from, a single person to, hundreds of thousands of people potentially who want to watch you or do something. This goes for anything from individuals to senators to anything you want to talk about. And you need to basically go from also being a passive participant in something where I'm just sort of I'm not whatever, and then maybe you have a great question. I would love if like the cast of The Next Generation were to have some sort of like, if I was watching some sort of broadcast with, Dr. Beverly Crusher, and I was like, I gotta ask you a question, and I could be pulled out of the audience to ask a specific question to Gates McFadden, I would be thrilled to do that. And if there were a platform that offered that, I would be so excited to jump into it. Excuse me. Water, yeah, there's water over there. So that's kind of one of the things we want to do. This is a good example of, actually there's water right here. I found it, it's in the podium. It's in the other podium. This is a good example of Manningcast. So who here is a big football fan? Anybody? American football? Not yet, there's a bunch of Europeans. All right, American football. Anybody? We gotta get more people out into the world here. So yeah, football, right? These are the Manning brothers. You don't know who they are? They're quarterbacks. I think you know who Snoop Dogg is. Okay, one last raise of hands. Who knows who Snoop Dogg is? There we go, nailed it. All right, so these guys have this thing, right? They just basically it's just commentary on the game going, and it's pretty funny. Like they're obviously experts at what's going on. And they have someone call in. But look how basic this is. Like this is state of the art for what they do. And these guys have millions of people watching this all the time. The Manning brothers are amazing at this, but this is all you get. This is still like 90s style broadcast technology. If you want to move that forward, look at what you could do if you could bring people in, right? If they had somebody who they could actually bring into the Manning cast with them, whether it's not just Snoop Dogg popping in. What if somebody has a really good insight and they're like, hey, Tim from Ohio, jump in here for 10 seconds. How much is that worth in terms of the social performance and engagement with those brothers? They might not need it, but people do who are sort of a lower tier than that. There's such an opportunity here for these people to engage with each other. And so, one of the things is that the current technology that's out there using HLS or RTMP, the issue with that is that, right, you have the delay. You have about a 20, 30 second, even in LLHLS, you're talking 2 to 5 seconds. But 2 to 5 seconds plus the ability to talk to somebody, plus maybe a moderator who's like, hey, we want you to chat with somebody, you lose the thread. If I ask for a raise of hands or if I ask a question and no one answers, it's like, how much time do you have before the conversation has to move on? And the real answer there is only a few seconds, 3 to 5 seconds, You don't want to have to wait 30, 20 seconds to get somebody into a conversation. It has to happen lightning fast. It has to feel like it's just they're part of the experience. And that's where WebRTC comes in right now, right? It's the only thing we're going to have for the next bunch of years because it is so standardized now. We finally have hit the point in WebRTC where it's in pretty much everything, right? It's everything from Roku's all the way through every handset you have, every browser you use, and it works. I think if you have seen a previous talk by, I think Dan Jenkins gave a talk recently about why WebRTC kind of sucks, and he's right. It does in a lot of ways, but it actually is amazing in a lot of ways. And it is amazing because and he mentions this as well, that it is amazing because it is now in everything. We've been waiting forever. Tony knew this 10 years ago. We all saw this coming, where it would be in everything, and it's taken longer than we thought, but we're now have arrived at the point where you can put WebRTC anywhere you want to be. And if WebRTC is everywhere that it is, that means it can be everywhere that your audience is. And that's the critical part here, right? WebRTC gives you these things that HLS and RTMP do not give you, right? Active two-way communications. You have sub-second latency around the globe, right? You're just sort of limited a lot of the time by the speed of light or the fiber connections. It's built into everything. And what that gives you is that depth and breadth of engagement. And that is what everybody is looking for. These people, they need the idea that they are everywhere that their community is and their fans are, and that they can engage them at any level they want. Maybe they're holding back, maybe it's just surface talking to them, but a lot of it is reaching out to people. Maybe they pay for a VIP experience. Maybe they just, are there. They've been around and talking to people for, a year. They celebrate, hey, thanks for being a follower for a year. Those are the little things that keep people engaged, right? And that keep their entire lives moving. So I think that if you take away one thing from this talk, what I'm trying to get across is the idea that WebRTC and this sort of Web3 community are coming together in a way that allows new opportunities to arise. And that as you go out and work in different fields and do whatever you're working on, that think about that next phase of communication and evolution, right? If you're just doing audio right now, is video in the future? If you're doing messaging now, how do all these things work together to help the people and the communities that you work with communicate better and facilitate that? And if you have any questions about that or you want to talk more about it, just come find me. I would love to chat more about this kind of stuff. I think it's very fascinating, the future of it. Again, thank you all so much. Really appreciate it. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Amazing. Do we have any questions for Evan McGee or any offers to purchase any of those slides as NFTs? They're hot on the market now. You can get them while they're going.
Yeah, exactly. Go on OpenSea in about 20 minutes.
$1, $1. We got $1, $1, $2, $2, $2. No whammy, no whammy. Okay. All right. Well then, if there are no actual questions as opposed to offers to purchase, let's give Evan McGee a round of applause.
Thank you all so much.
The time has come, my friends. It's time for a raffle. We're gonna bring some of these podiums down. We're gonna get arranged for the VC, but who wants a Raspberry Pi? Let's be frank, I do. It looks like I do, and I do. But it's actually a computer and some socks. So I'm going to hop off stage real quick. We're going to do this drawing. I'm going to read out those numbers. I know you guys are eagerly awaiting to see who's going to win. We're going to do, just so everyone's aware, we're going to do the VC panel here. We're going to talk about all things funding and fun, because they have the same sort of words in them? Funding? Nope. Okay. And want to remind you, lunch is upstairs, where it was located yesterday. And then we're going to talk after the VC panel about the lunch and learns for Homer et al. So without further ado, I'm going to start rolling the dice here on getting things done. We're going to move the stage around. Hold your breath. Hold your breath. Here we go. Theme music, yeah. Drum roll, please. Winner, chicken dinner. Suspenseful. Uh-oh, I got one. All right. The winner is 767 209. 767 209. Do we have a winner in the room? We have a winner in the room, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a round of applause as he comes forward for a pair of socks and a raspberry pie. Well played, sir. Let me just validate real quick. I trust you. Was it trust but verify? I think that's what Evan McGee was talking about. Perfect. Enjoy, absolutely. Round of applause for our winner. Round of applause for our winner. All right, now I'll give a little bit of intros to our VCs, who we're very fortunate to have here today, as we're finishing up the setup. So we've got 3 incredible people with us today. We've got Ryan Floyd from Storm Ventures. He's a managing director. They work with and invest in early stage SaaS startups. Primary focus is applications and cloud infrastructure related companies. We've got Laura Fisher from Touchdown Ventures. Focuses on early to growth stage investments in edge computing, security, enterprise, digital transformation, XR, and smart mobility. And last but most certainly not least, we have Victor Gutvine from M25, who is one of the most active VC firms in the Midwest. They invest in B2B and B2C, pre-seed and seed stage software and digital startups. So without further ado, I'd love to welcome all 3 of them up to the stage, and we're gonna have a nice little conversation. It's gonna be casual. We're gonna talk about ourselves, talk about each other, how we're feeling, how you're feeling, and state of the market, things they're looking for, all sorts of goodies. So, do you need a mic, or are we gonna pass? We're gonna pass a mic around? We'll pass a mic around. Pass a mic around. Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. There we go. Oh, don't worry. You'll be joined. You'll be joined. We got Laura. I will sit in the first one. Absolutely. For sure. How you doing? I guess we're still waiting on Victor, but we can start. Could I get a microphone? Yes, there we go. Perfect. Thanks, Victor. For these lovely people. Thank you, Nick. Much appreciated. All right. Got it. So, let's get started. Because we always have notes. So, let's start it off. Would love to kick it off with a little bit about you guys. We can pass it down. We'll go down the line. Why'd you get into VC? Why'd you stay in VC? And what is the most exciting thing that you've done in the last year?
Oh my gosh. So I was one in college that I thought I was going to be more on the founder path. And I didn't really know much about venture capital. And then I was invited to participate on a founding venture capital firm run by students at the University of Chicago. And I just kind of fell in love with it then. And that is how, ever since then, I've been on that VC career path and focused on that opportunity. I loved working with founders on what the future could be. They're building out new products, new technology, new businesses, and that's what I wanted to spend time with. And I always thought that founders kind of were the most interesting people to kind of spend time with and kind of dedicate a career towards. So that's what got me hooked. The second part of the question was?
What made you stay?
So what made me stay? I specifically saw an opportunity to invest in founders kind of outside of the coastal hub. So we invest in the Midwest, and I'm based here in Chicago. And that was really attractive to me early on, and I think has since been validated by just seeing so many successful tech stories come out of this region that, you know, it'd be hard to continue if I wasn't seeing that, but I'm seeing like the fruits of, you know, the efforts of all the founders and people that we backed, and so that's kept me really engaged. And then the most exciting thing I did in the past year, man, that's
other than this panel, obviously.
Other than this panel, I would say I've had an opportunity to be one of the, you know, within venture capital. I've gotten to participate in a group of a fellowship group called the Kaufman Fellows, and so every year I get to go on their international trips, their summits, and this year was in Mexico City, and that was a very exciting time. I got to see and connect with that ecosystem, which has, you know, differences and similarities to, you know, Chicago and the greater Midwest, and just spending time in a new market and then with friends in that kind of exciting area of the world was one of the most exciting things that happened to me. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I also kind of thought I might have been on the founder path initially. I used to be a software engineer for a couple of years, and I think, honestly, I didn't end up going that route because I just could never really find that one idea that I was passionate enough about to sort of throw all my weight behind. So to me, VC is kind of like the next best thing. I get to help support those founders who do really have that passion. So that's kind of why I got into it. I think why I've stayed is it's just endlessly intellectually challenging and stimulating. You just always have something new to learn, kind of similar to programming. There's always like a new framework for you to learn. So I think that just really keeps me going. And then I think, yeah, one of the most exciting things I got to do in the last year, at least in a work context, was I actually got to invest in a company that was started by a former colleague at Touchdown Ventures. So that was just really gratifying because I had come to know what a great leader he was directly from working with him for 2 years. And then he left to start a company, and we actually got to back him as investors. So that was just a really satisfying experience.
That's incredible.
Great. Yeah, so my name's Ryan. I'm with Storm. I'll keep it really short. I got into venture 22 years ago. I started the fund, so I'm kind of a dinosaur. And I got in because we saw that there's a lot of people investing in things at that time that they didn't understand. It was a lot of bankers and consultants, and it was very financial. And to see where venture has come over the last couple of decades, where, you know, I think venture investors come at it much more from a service kind of standpoint and know a lot more about the areas they're investing, has been pretty cool. You know, what's kept me in venture, the funds have done well, so it's a privilege there. LPs continue to give us, you know, money to invest on their behalf, which is great. But it's also just, I think, the learning. You know, just take SignalWire and everything about WebRTC and what's happening in the future of telecom. You know, I only spend a small percentage of my day thinking about that, but it's just amazing to spend time with a team that spends their entire day doing that, and it's just constant learning, and I really love that. It makes me insecure most of the time because I'm always not the smartest guy in the room, but that's great. I'd say the most exciting thing, you know, I'll give you something personal instead of professional. I sail a little bit, and we have a small sailboat in San Francisco where I live, and we, myself, a friend of mine, and two of my kids sailed to Hawaii this summer from San Francisco. And that was great to finally do that.
If you didn't answer with that answer, I was going to press you on that one. I'm so glad that came through. Because, you know, look, we aspire professionally, but, you know, personal stuff matters, right? And I think that's a big component of what you guys do when you start talking to and learning more about companies. We're going to get into a little bit of the KPIs and some of the hard numbers, but, you know, it's also about the personalities. It's also about the humans and the founders that you're investing in. So we'll start with the hard numbers, and then we'll work our way back to the people, if that makes sense. So if you want to hold on to the mic, we'll go backwards on this one. We'll talk about what are the sort of what are the things you look for in what a target company is describing as an addressable market, and then what are, other than net revenue retention, what are the KPIs that you really hone in on and that you believe are sort of the unsung heroes of driving success within these companies that you source? And don't have to give away all the secret sauce, but just curious.
Yeah,
to know.
or talk for an hour. So at Storm, all we do, first of all, is B2B SaaS. That's it. So I'm not doing any consumer deals. I'm not trying to send anybody to the moon. We're not doing any deep tech. So it's kind of boring B2B SaaS. And most of the companies we invest in have a little bit of revenue, $500,000 to $1 million in ARR. So we're not doing any seed rounds. We're not doing any pre-revenue stuff. We sometimes do by exception, but it's really not mostly what we do. So those are kind of the high pass fillers. Those are the easy things, right? The objective metrics we kind of look at. Then, I think it's I don't know, a stereotype, I suppose, but market and the team, right? So market for us, I think less about trying to, hey, is it $1 billion market? I think about it more from the standpoint of, can you build 50, 100 million revenue business with whatever the team is doing? Because I have a hard time, these SAM, TAM numbers, they're always like billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to really know what that means in terms of practically the business. So I come at it more from a standpoint of, can you really sell enough into that market to make it interesting? And then on the team, probably the most important thing outside of domain expertise is the ability to recruit. Like, is it a team that can convince other very smart people to join them on the journey? Because no matter, how good you are or how much experience you have, if you can't convince other people to come along with you, whether it's investors or more importantly, other execs, you're not going to go far.
Yeah, I would echo everything Ryan said, and I also spent a lot of my time in kind of enterprise SaaS. Touchdown Ventures, we cover many different sort of industry verticals, and we actually look at investing across all stages, but for me, it's more enterprise SaaS and kind of Series A to C is more a sweet spot. I guess one thing I'd add when thinking about the market, in addition to just wanting it to be big enough, I think it's also like figuring out, is there a real burning customer need for this problem that the company's trying to solve? And so you can kind of figure that out by talking to those customers, but it's also just like figuring out, does this pitch resonate with me? Is this a real problem that exists in the market where you're looking at the company and they can't even keep up with the demand, even if the product isn't perfect yet? Like, I really try to look for that dynamic versus a company that might be like producing a solution that's looking for a problem.
Yeah, so we are a little bit on the earlier side. We call ourselves a pre-seed or a seed investor, and that could be pre-revenue. It tends to be the earliest customers, like less than $1 million of annualized revenue, though. So about one stage before probably where Ryan's investing. But our biggest category is B2B SaaS, but we tend to look also. We've done consumer. We've done more, not like SMB enterprise, but also horizontal, vertical, and in healthcare and logistics and other kind of more niche industries sometimes. We are mostly actually analyzing the team, so I know we'll get to that. When we look at the market size, I know that it needs to be big eventually, but sometimes it's nice to have a really concentrated, focused initial target market, and then you can kind of showcase what you can expand into, or how that gets bigger, either by expanding the contract value or the customer profiles. And then, we're looking for like initial hints at like, is this product market fit? Are you making some really compelling sales? How hard is it to make these sales? How fast are you making them? Does it feel like you're getting pulled into the sales process versus, it's a very, are you really struggling to make those first sales is kind of where we're at.
All right, lightning round. The unsung hero metric. Just give one. The one that you look for that isn't just, gross net revenue or net revenue retention or churn. What's that one sort of underlying thing that you like to pick out and ping maybe a founder on to say, are you a fit, are you not? And if it's an unfair question, you can say pass. Pass is okay here. We're in the trust tree.
I'll take this before you guys do. There's different metrics for it, but capital efficiency and how much have they raised to get to a certain point. So if a company has, $500K of annualized revenue, but has raised $3 or $5 million to get there, and they're now raising their new round, I'm a little bit, we may not even dig in. Because I don't know if we're supposed to try to be early, so there's going to be some valuation and cram down issues or something like that. But there also could be something wrong, or they wasted a lot of time going down the wrong path or something. So I'll just generally capital efficiency, and sometimes it's a ratio, or there's scores and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's a really good one. The one that comes to mind, I don't know if this is the best one, but the one that comes to mind is just looking at percentage of revenue that actually is recurring versus non-recurring. Sometimes, founders will just talk about revenue high level, and you want to kind of dig one level below that to see how quickly they've gotten. Oftentimes, it's natural to start with a split of like project-based or services revenue and some recurring, but you want to see like a trajectory towards more of a recurring revenue business. So that's one I'd say.
Yeah, outside of the financial metrics, there's a lot of them. I guess I'd give you a kind of a subjective one, which is the ability to tell a story. So it relates to the whole people question, but the best founders in my experience are the ones that can really tell the story about why now, why the business, what the product vision is going to be, where the industry is going. It's not like a slide deck per se, but it's really that arc of that story. I find that compelling.
That's amazing. You basically telegraphed my next whole segment, which is the pitch deck. How much do you care about a pitch deck? How long is too long? How short is too short? And if it's too well polished, is that a sign of a company that's thinking a little too hard about showing up to your offices to make you see a vision as opposed to that underlying metric of the business? So do you like pitch decks? Are they just a necessary evil?
Yeah, so real quick. So pitch decks I think for me, they're important because they structure the conversation. Look, if you're meeting with me and we're talking about investing, I want to know the basics of your business. That's why you're here. That's why I'm here. We're not here to just chit chat and meet each other. So a pitch deck is a very structured way to have that conversation. I think a mistake a lot of founders make, though, is they don't put their best foot forward. If you've got revenue and it's growing, you need to put that at the front of the deck. If you've got great customers, you got to put that at the front of the deck. Because most venture investors, I think it's most people, although venture investors get a bad rap, don't have a long attention span, right? You might be one of like 10 companies I'm meeting that week. So you got to punch us in the face in the first minute of the meeting on why this is a business that we should invest in. And that's, I think, the whole approach to a pitch deck. It does not need to have every single detail of your business. I'm not going to remember it anyway, right? But you got to really convince people in that first meeting why it's something great.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I agree. I do think they're important. And the way I personally think about it is like when I'm talking to a founder, like I'm also thinking about if I'm starting to like this company, how am I going to communicate this to the rest of my team? Like how do I synthesize what they're doing, why it's important to the other 4 investors on my team? How might we eventually talk to our investment committee about it? So like if I was a founder thinking about my pitch deck, I would just be thinking, how do I make it really easy for this person I'm talking to now to then go and communicate to all the other stakeholders that are sort of part of this investment decision-making process. So that's kind of how I think about it. Like try to anticipate the questions that they would have. Oftentimes it's really the same set of questions every single time. So yeah, and then the other thing I would say, personally, I don't care that much about style. Like it doesn't need to be super polished. I don't know if it's a red flag if it's polished, but I just don't particularly care if the content is good. And as long as there aren't like objective mistakes, I do notice that. It's like, if you imagine you're working on this pitch deck for months or whatever it is, and then you still are producing something with an objective error in it, that's like a little bit of a red flag. But in general, way more about the content than the form to me.
I have a lot of opinions about pitch decks. I'll try to pick a few. So we spend a lot of time with our companies getting them ready to raise their next round and like going through those pitch decks. And I think one of the biggest issues is that they're too long and you try to fit all of the possible questions in as a new slide and be like, well, what about our product vision on this? And what about this additional competitive slide? We have one competitive slide. And I think the intention of the pitch deck, you're not going to get a check from a pitch deck. What you want is to get a meeting or engagement or an easily shared document internally. That is the goal of the pitch deck, or to structure it during the meeting. Also, they almost always have way too many words. And actually, I think when a slide has more words on it, people consume less total words of that slide because they glaze over, they have short attention spans. And at most, it should be like in the high teens as far as number of slides. It probably shouldn't be less than 10 slides, but like 12 is great. And highly visual, highly like just tell exactly what it is, lead with metrics or numbers or things that will get people excited. And so I think those are the key things. I am a PDF, not a doc send. I know that's a kind of a a hot take. I highly recommend attaching a PDF versus sending a DocSend link that somebody has to take extra steps and friction and put their email in, and you can track every movement. That's great, but nobody wants to do that. So just a few of my opinions. Okay.
I like that we got down to the actual number of slides. 12, by the way. Ladies and gentlemen, 12 is the magic number. If you're 13, just don't send it to him. He won't take it. Okay, so product market fit, big deal. Question for you. Leading with the how, this is the lightning round again, one-word answers only. How or the why is more important to you? And if they lead with it, what does it tell you about the company itself? Big question, difficult question. Yep, oh, we got a pass. We got the first pass, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I would say I prefer leading with the why, because you kind of just assume like we'll get to the how, but if I'm not convinced on the why, then like the how doesn't actually matter. So kind of coming back to this point of making it easy to communicate to like other team members, like this question of like, why are you doing what you're doing? Why does your company need to exist? Like that should be really, really apparent to me really quickly so that I can buy into it and then hopefully get the rest of my team to buy into it. Like the worst thing that can happen, I've seen this happen on pitches before where you're listening to a pitch and then, 15 minutes in, like an investor chimes in and says, I'm sorry, I still don't like really understand like what you guys are doing or what's the real opportunity here. So yeah, I definitely prefer starting with the why. You obviously the how matters too. You want to know like what's unique about how you're actually solving this problem. How are you doing it technically? But for me, if you don't sort of sell someone on the why piece, the second part is just not that relevant.
Yeah, I think it's the easiest question. It's why. And in software at least, it's everybody can code, right? It's not like you're going to create this big moat. So it's really the why, and I'd add it's also the why now, because there's a lot of companies that they get started, but it's not clear that the timing is right. And so because it takes both, right? If you think back, even like a company like Facebook wasn't the first social network. It was like the fifth, right? But it was the now. It was because everybody growing at that, coming of age then in school, had an internet account and was willing to share information online, and that was the why now. So that's, I think, really key too.
Do you want a last bite at the apple, or are you just hard pass?
I'm not as opinionated on it. So.
More on the pitch book, less on the.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, cool. We'll move it right along. How many use cases do you expect to see in an initial pitch book? And is it, ultimately it's instructive, but how many use cases in terms of like case study after case study after case study in terms of like ways things are optimized are too many for you? Like what level of the appendix do you just ignore? And what of the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 slides are you really drilling in on? And at what point in that presentation do you know? It's totally difficult questions only, right? We want to challenge each other here, so.
Yeah, I think the question of use cases, it kind of depends on the stage of the company. Like a lot of times I think about in the early stages, you want to see that they've really hit something with 1 or 2 use cases, and then that's an example of like something they could scale and repeat with other customers. I think if you're early on and you're kind of talking about a lot of different use cases, serving lots of different types of customers or verticals, I think sometimes that's just something to understand better. Like when I see that, I might be a little concerned that maybe the marketing message could start to get muddled if you're still an early stage company, but it's not super obvious like what use case or type of customer you're really serving. But then I guess you had a question around like in a deck, like how many examples do I want to see? I would say, 3 or 4 is probably enough for me to get my head around something really concrete. I think beyond that, I have seen decks that have like tons in the appendix. I would say in general, I don't really need that. 3 or 4 is good. And again, coming back to like being able to communicate with other people about it, I found the best way to communicate what a company is doing and make it resonate, especially if it's something pretty technical, is using that customer example. And what we do at Touchdown is actually helping corporations run their VC funds. And so particularly when communicating with our corporate partners who might not be like in the space, in the weeds every day, if I've got like some really tangible use cases, particular customers that I can explain back to our corporate partners, that's super helpful to get the message across.
I'm just in full transparency, I'm just arming this entire group to come and have like a set of, numbers, schema, et cetera, to come get you with, so, yeah.
I would say that I typically don't see too many. I typically see like 0 or 1 like example like of a customer and how they're using it. I typically see it more spelled out during the conversation of the actual pitch. Hey, like, so here's what we said, high level what we do, but this is an example. Oh, so that customer used it for this and they are getting this value out of it and they're paying this much. Okay, that's a lot more helpful, I think. And also, I think partially you don't always need so many if your description of your business is less like super high level and with a bunch of kind of like generic like kind of buzzwords, but like you really synthesize it to what's that initial customer doing for you. And so I think that maybe helps where you don't need as many examples. And then that point in the deck when it's kind of clicked what they're doing, I'm like, okay, this is pretty unique. This is a pretty great value prop. So you're kind of bought in, you're kind of cheering for that company. And then they get to the traction slide and you see that, okay, we had 5 customers, now we have 7, now we have 9, like 12, like month over month. And then you're, like that's kind of when it clicks. Like I could start I want to invest in this company if it works out. So.
You got enough? Yep. Sometimes when you answer twice, you don't need the third. So I got it. All right. Now we're at the people. Key leadership qualities you look for. Key staff for every round, and then the last one will hold, but it's all about the team. So, key leadership quality in a founder. And key staff you look for, and you have various stages in which you invest, but key staff that you look for that you're going to say, oh, you have this, you've thought about this, this is what we need for the appropriate stage that you guys invest in.
Maybe I'll start as this pre-seed investor, and then we kind of build with the later stage. So we are looking just for some really early balance on the team. Sometimes our teams are 2 people or 4 people. Two co-founders is probably the most common. I love it when there's the hustler and the hacker, or the business and the engineer or developer, the CTO and the CEO. I love it when you have that combo. The third person sometimes is a little bit more, if there's a third, they might be the one that's bringing a lot of industry expertise, although that's often encapsulated in the hustler as well. And so that's kind of, that's kind of what we're looking for. A great CEO founder, a great CTO founder. Of course, to put themselves those titles that early, it's kind of funny to be a CEO and CTO of a 2-person startup, but that's what we're looking for, the initial stages of that. And so we're kind of, that's a lot of what we're judging. Sometimes there needs to be a critical, let's say it's a little bit more complicated, where there's a lot of regulatory or compliance type, a little bit more of a fintech type company. We're probably looking for somebody that understands that, or at least that's coming on board with the financing. So that's probably one of the first additions. But it's pretty rare to have a full, like a CMO or a full-time CFO. At the stage we invest, that's not very common. It could be a sign that they're a little bloated or spending too much money already on kind of overhead. So.
Yeah, I would say as you sort of get into a bit later stage, I generally think about it as starting to skew a bit more from like typically earlier stage. I would see like heavier on the R&D side, and then as you're scaling and you've got product market fit, it makes sense to go heavier on kind of the sales side. So I feel like oftentimes I'm looking at companies where they're kind of, they've had the CEO maybe kind of running sales so far, and then I would want to see them as you're getting into like Series B stage, really have somebody separate running sales. And then I would also, at that point, this is my personal opinion, but I do actually think it's valuable to have like a CFO or real finance expertise, maybe not at the seed stage, but maybe earlier than other investors might say, just because I think that like disciplined reporting is super important for managing the business and communicating with investors and just understanding how the business is actually doing. So that'd be my opinion there. And then you asked about leadership qualities too. Yeah, I'll mention one that's top of mind for me personally, just direct communication. So I've always found, and it's funny because I think you can tell this from the first meeting with an entrepreneur, if they're just really direct about where the company actually is, what their strengths are, but maybe things they need to work on. It just really bodes well for the relationship if I end up, partnering with them on an investment, because it really is, you're not just like buying a stock on the stock market and forgetting about it. You're really picking a business partner for the next 5 to 7 years. So I really like to see that evidence of just honesty and direct communication.
Yeah, those are all really great points. I guess maybe just to add to it, in terms of the qualities of that founder, it becomes, I think, really important to have them drive the culture of a business. So, I think it's really not valued the way it should be for a lot of founders, because you sort of think, hey, that's just kind of something that works out. It's something like fancy consultants talk about. But the best companies, when you get to some scale where, you may not know everybody's name, and you don't know what everybody's doing on a day-to-day basis, a lot of that glue then that holds the business together is that culture. That shared mission in terms of how everybody thinks about it. And there's no right or wrong answer on that in terms of it's not like there's this culture that works and this one doesn't, but there has to be that shared culture, and that has to come from the founder CEO. I mean, the founding team really has to really drive that, because, by the time you have 200-300 people, it's very hard then to try to implement that or something. So I think that's an incredibly important quality of a leader, especially as you get into the later stages of, of a business. And then to pick up on what Laura was saying about, the transparency, I think just being brutally honest with where the business is, what's working really well, and celebrating those wins, but also really working on fixing what isn't working. Because there's a temptation, as you get big and you find more success, you've taken a bunch of money maybe, or you at least have a lot of people working for you, it's hard to look at these challenges in a business and admit this isn't working, we need to retrench and do something different. But that's always a better decision than kind of blowing it off, kidding yourself, rationalizing. I mean, as you all probably know, human beings have an amazing ability to rationalize things. And you really have to fight that as a leader to ultimately make the right decisions.
That's amazing. When the last one is all about team. How deep do you go in assessing team culture? Obviously, Ryan, it's very important to you as a part of leadership quality of a founder. How many people within a team will you ping to make sure that sort of coalescing culture exists within an organization before you'll make? So for you, maybe there's, like you said, there's a hacker and the hustler, right? You've got 2 people to go through. As it moves forward, or as there are other people in the team, how deep do you go to get a gut check or a sense before you ultimately move forward with an investment like that?
Well, I guess in the spirit of being honest, I'd like to believe that I do go deep, but I tell you, culture is pretty hard to assess.
Fair enough.
It's pretty hard to figure out, I mean, look, the market's changed, and maybe we have time to take some questions from people, but 6-9 months ago, well, longer than 9 months ago, a year ago, every deal we looked at, we had a gun to our head, and we had a week to make a decision, and we really didn't have a lot of time to do a lot of, dinners or whatever to really get to know people. And oftentimes now, companies we're investing in, they're not even, they're not based in Silicon Valley. They're, they're here in Chicago, or they're in Berlin, or they're all over, and that makes it hard. So we have to take a little bit more of a leap of faith on the culture, and we try to meet as many of the execs as we can. But that's also sometimes tricky, because understandably, there's just not a lot of time, and it's hard to set all those meetings up and go through things. So it's a weakness.
Yeah, it should have been how deep can you go, not how do you do, right? Same?
Yeah, I really.
All right, well.
I'll just add on, for us, it's really just the founders, but we're really looking for red flags throughout the process. There's a lot of things that can kind of tip you off, and it's, one thing will sometimes, kill that deal, one kind of bad reference. And it could just be like this person was very unpleasant and hard to work with, we've had that before, and we're like, well, we're not going to pursue this opportunity. There's a lot of other fish in the sea. So because we know that we're going to have to work with that founder for a long time, and we know that that is going to be setting the tone for the next decade of that company. So,
absolutely. And to your point, Ryan, I think we have 15 minutes, so want to open up the floor. Questions for any of our esteemed guests. The floor is yours if we have additional questions from the audience. We got one right there.
Oh, you got a mic. Oh, perfect. Hello. Is there a specific industry or company that you feel that you kind of missed out on over the past couple of years? Kind of like year one that got away, and then on the flip side, on a more positive note, which idea, industry, or company do you feel as though you got on the forefront for, and just kind of elaborating on the highs, lows, and ones that got away?
Yeah, who wants to take that first one?
Okay, you go first. Yeah.
I think it's a great question. I think any venture investor that's been in business for a while is going to have companies that they missed. The good news is it turns out you don't get judged on the ones you miss. You get just judged on the ones that you do. So you try not to let that FOMO overtake you. There's been a lot at Storm. There's been a lot for me personally. But companies like Amplitude's a good one that stands out for me, where I had the ability to invest, and it's a long story, but we obviously didn't, and we didn't think the market needed another company like that, and when we passed. The ups and downs, I think the flip side of that is the journey these companies go on. I think when the media tells you stories, or after companies are successful, you kind of think that it's this straight line up and to the right. And in 22 years, with even companies that get to multi-billion-dollar outcomes in our portfolio, nobody has been up and to the right. There's always been some points of very, very low in the journey, and it happens for lots of different reasons. People hit a product wall, or and the customers maybe don't continue to materialize like you thought they were. A go-to-market strategy that was working all of a sudden doesn't. Some competitive dynamic comes into play, an executive team issue, founder issues. Lots of things come up. For me, there's an example. There's a company on our portfolio called Splashtop that I've been on the board now, if you can believe it, for 17 years this September. They've almost gone out of business twice. We had to bridge them once. It was probably now 10 years ago, so that they can make payroll. But today, the company's more than $100 million in revenue and generates $30 million of cash. So you can, over time, you persist, and you just keep kind of working through the challenges as a team, and amazing things can happen. The reason that every single company goes out of business is they run out of cash. Every single company, right? And so if you can maintain that perspective and keep building and keep learning and keep iterating, good things ultimately will probably happen.
Yeah, in terms of kind of investments that our corporate partners have made that I feel like we're kind of, catching a trend at the right time. One of our corporate partners is T-Mobile, and with that partnership, T-Mobile has made a couple investments in sort of the DevOps space that are kind of motivated by the trend towards distributed microservices-based architectures and applications. So I hope that investments that T-Mobile has made there are kind of catching the market at the right time as applications move along that trend.
Ryan said that you don't get judged about the ones that you miss, but in Chicago, being a seed investor here, we were asked, like every LP was asking us why we were not in Cameo for the past 4 or 5 years, and we passed on Cameo. We didn't think it would sustain, and maybe now we'll see where it kind of ends up, but we were kind of judged on that, and it hurt because we just didn't think it was a good idea, and we passed. And so that's probably one. The one that's on my mind that we kind of were kind of ahead of the curve is there's a kind of a data infrastructure company built on Apache Airflow called Astronomer, and we invested in that back in 2016. And it wasn't a smooth ride though, but now it's one of the first unicorn companies in our portfolio, and being a seed investor, that's a pretty big markup for us at this point. And so, it was something that we wrote a thesis on and had to kind of really stick our neck out for, and then it has paid off. But it's being a pre-seed seed investor, you really have to try to predict what's going to be the most fundable type of company 24 months from now, and that is kind of a tough journey and slog, because you win biggest when you're right 24 months from now, but right now you look kind of wrong or not, and that's when you win biggest. So you have to make some of those bets.
Got a question? Oh, several questions right in the middle.
Yeah, we discussed that what you look for in the company in terms of leaders, the team, and everything. So my question is, whenever any VC approaches the company or they approach VC, what as a company, what they should look for in the VC? So because money alone is not enough, right? So is there any criteria, any advice that you would like to give to companies like those who are being approached by the VC, or they're looking for funds and they are approaching VCs? Thank you.
I think we'll all have kind of unique things to say, but the nice thing about VCs is that they have really aggressively built out different value props, and so most VCs they'll be good at something. Maybe it's an industry, maybe they are super well connected in a specific field, or they used to run a function at a couple different startups, and now they can really help you with sales or ops or something. We've really leaned on helping companies get through a large network approach to raising capital, hiring talent, and kind of expanding a founder community. So that we think that's helpful, but we're not as good at, if you need industry expertise in a specific industry, we're not going to be as good at that. So I think you can ask them what their value prop is, and then be like, is that what I need right now? Maybe even have in mind to the VCs you're reaching out, I need this type of investor. And you can also kind of pull together different types if you have the interest and ability to bring, this person's really good in this industry, and then this one has strategic connections here, and then this one has just, they've helped companies scale before, and then I'll take in an angel investor as well that specifically is good at this function, and then you kind of piece together a pretty interesting cap table. But the number one thing is, then when you get towards the finish line, you get a term sheet or getting close to that, referencing that VC by talking to some of their other founders they've invested in or sat on the boards of, and validating what they say, and also just making sure that they've been a great partner over the years.
Yeah, I agree with all of that, and I'll also just add from the perspective of corporate VC. So at Touchdown, when we talk to startups, sort of on behalf of our corporate partners, I'm often trying to prompt the startup or the founder to think about would this make sense to you to partner with, whether it's a T-Mobile or another partner we have, Kellogg's, Allegiant. We have a number of corporate partners in different industries, and we're always looking for companies where we feel like that corporate could really uniquely help the startup. And I always would push the startup founder to ask themselves, do you really see the value in this versus just having an institutional VC who maybe doesn't have those same strategic elements that they can offer. And so I agree. I think piecing together a complementary set of investors can make a lot of sense, because institutional VCs bring things that a corporate investor may not be able to. So I would just recommend thinking through how could a strategic investor really help you with your go-to-market, your technology development, whatever it is, and how could they be a good complement to other investors that you work with?
Yeah, they're all good points. I guess what I would add to it is, I don't think enough founders diligence their investors and really know whether they can deliver on the value propositions, if they've done that in the past, what do they like to work with. There's some miserable people that are venture investors. Miserable. I mean, you wouldn't want to do business with them. And they may even appear very successful. But the thing is, when you take money from a venture investor, they're going to be on your cap table forever until you sell. There's this old trope in venture. It's it's worse than getting married, because you really can't get divorced, right? So, and it can become a lot of overhead as a founder if you've got this person that's on your board, on your cap table, who insists, I don't know, on meeting you every other week or calls you every other day to get an update on things and then complains that you're not doing it, just not constructive. So, you know, I would say just do some diligence on the investors. You really should. I mean, ultimately, we're a service provider, and you should, you know, that chemistry is important because you're going to work with your investor hopefully for a long time.
You only call them 4 times a week?
Yeah, just 4, sometimes 5. Yeah.
There's 7 days, so you get some days off with Ryan.
I would also add that, you know, a lot of these guys are communicating the types of investors that they are. They have podcasts. They have a whole bunch of, you know, blogs that they produce that give you a lot of information. I know you have your own Ask a VC podcast, right, Ryan? And so, you know, you're telling the world every day things that are important to you, things you look for, metrics, et cetera, things that are interesting to you about what's happening in the marketplace. And I think those are also really effective tools, like you said, to diligence.
I mean, I think it is really important to look at what people put out there, because I think investors do put a lot more out there today about who they are. But I think it's really important to check on that stuff, because I think there's a lot of people that give a lot of bad advice in venture. And so talking with other founders, looking at the successes, and really understanding, like, you know, how fundamentally solid is this person, you know, it's critical.
Truly trust but verify. Yeah. We had another question in the center.
Hey, thanks for the panel. Just a quick question. How do you find companies to invest into? Do they approach you, or you find them, or how it works?
Yeah, I can start. Kind of all of the above. So a lot of times, you know, from seeing what we put out there on our website, social media, et cetera, startups will find us. We also do a lot of proactive sourcing at my firm. So basically, you know, once we've determined focus areas that we're interested in, just go out and look and find companies look interesting and try to, you know, the best practice is generally trying to find someone that you know who might be able to introduce you to the company, you know, to get connected that way. And then I would say one of the best ways is just getting connected through other VCs. Like, you get to know other investors and you come to know each other's themes, like what you're looking for, and then we share deal flow across different firms. So that's often sort of the best source of deals, I would say.
Yeah, founders are one of the biggest ones. Like, our portfolio, we have 130 companies, and we probably get our largest number of, like, really qualified opportunities from our founders and then our co-investors, and then sometimes, like, other service providers in the industry. We have invested in people that have reached out to us cold. Usually, 99% of cold emails are really poorly and targeted and mass written and bad, but we've had, I think, 3 out of the 130 that we've invested in that from a cold email, and that was really well, you know, it hit our thesis, and, you know, it might take a little longer to diligence or get to know, but we have done that too. So, like, from our website, or from, like, you know, they just found our email or reached out in a cold way. So.
We got any other questions from the crowd? If not, I know we got time for 1 or 2 more. Yep, in the center up front. Right up front, right center.
Hello, can you share an example of a wrong investment decision, and what was your biggest takeaway from it?
Airing the dirty laundry.
Ooh. This might be a good last question. Who wants to? Do you want to? So, an example of a poor investment decision and what you learned from it. Poor investment decision. Probably something that didn't go quite the way it was intended. Maybe was the way I would spin that one, right?
Yeah, I could. Maybe I'll give one actually like really starting my venture career. I just made a personal angel investment, and so it's just interesting looking back on it now. I don't actually know. I can't say if it will be a failed investment yet, but I'm kind of feeling like it might be going that way. But looking back on it now, having done this professionally, I think I just learned all the things that you need to do to really diligence an opportunity. And I think I made that decision pretty quickly, which was just kind of the nature of the opportunity. But I think I just learned. with that one in particular, the company was in a pretty crowded space. So I think, again, I made the decision quickly, but in retrospect, would have just spent more time understanding, like, okay, what is really different about this company versus everything else that's out there? And would have just spent more time looking at what else is out there. And then I think maybe that would have given me pause on investing in this particular company.
I'm thinking of a couple examples where we moved too fast, kind of driven off of FOMO, and made an investment decision that, wasn't, in hindsight, it was a bad, like, it has been a bad decision. At the time, just kind of, maybe like, okay, well, let's assume this, making more assumptions or moving faster, not doing all of the, the checks that you might normally do. So,
I'll give one category. Actually, it's relevant to SignalWire. So voicemail used to be a thing. I don't know if anybody even uses it anymore, but it used to be a really big deal because that's how everybody talked was, call on the phone, you leave messages. And we backed a company is probably 18 years ago now called Adomo that was building a new voicemail server. And I think, it failed miserably and for a bunch of reasons, channel issues and so forth. But I think the big lesson we took away from that was the capital required. So we have a relatively small fund. All of our funds have been $200-300 million, and in the world of venture, in today's world, that's not a very big fund. So we can't write $15-20 million checks. And if you're an investor in a business that requires a lot of capital over time, and you can't write a meaningful check unless things go perfectly, you could get caught out. And that's what happened at Adomo. It was very expensive. The salespeople were expensive. The engineers were incredibly expensive. It was a very heavyweight system. And we just couldn't get it to really take flight despite having some revenue. So we're much more thoughtful today going in around capital required. Not just capital efficiency, but capital required. Like we would never do an Uber. We looked at YouTube. Someone asked a question earlier about deals that got away. We looked at YouTube. We could have done it. We could have done it on Pinterest. But we didn't do YouTube, I remember, because YouTube was literally lighting dollar bills on fire. I think that year they got acquired, they consumed like $300 million of capital, which back then was a lot of money. And I'm not sure any venture firm other than Sequoia could have pulled that off because they had to get so many other investors to come into that and fund it. So yeah, it's been a big lesson for us.
All right, well, we're at time. I just want to, more than anything, say thank you guys so much for the time, for the insight, and really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Evan.
Have a wonderful day. All right. I imagine everyone's peckish, so lunch is upstairs, and we'll convene back here for the afternoon session just after that. Hey, thanks, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Excuse me, yeah. So I don't miss. Upstairs, the VCs will be in currents, and if you have more questions or want to follow up with them individually, they'll be up there for the lunch as well. Also, to note, Homer has its lunch and learn, and that is, let me get it out, in the lounge, in the SignalWire lounge, and that begins at 1 p.m. So the Homer lunch and learn is in the SignalWire lounge starting at 1 p.m.
satisfaction. Motivating satisfaction. Your ugliness is my attraction. Living just for your reaction. I always thought you'd be the one to leave my world, like every other girl. No different from the rest, I guess, but you always try to be unique in your own way. You live that every day. I guess that's why I'm there for you. I always thought you'd be the one to leave my world, like every other girl. No different from the rest, I guess, but you always try to be unique in your own way. You live that every day. I guess that's why I'm there for you. Two o'clock in the afternoon, waking up and it feels too soon. Got a painful pound in my head, looking like I rose from the dead. Out late with the boys all night, getting wrecked till the morning light. Stagger out and I pick up a beer. Monday is my favorite time of the year. First thing I try is to remember, is it still June? No, it's September. Lay back, kicking the sack. Never have to worry, so I always relax. Try hard, play like a card. Always a fool, but I never get scarred. You try, think on the fly. Never give up, and you never can die. Live long, word your song. Follow your dreams, and you'll never go wrong. Down the pier and I hit up a friend. Tell him I don't think the party can end. Grab a case and I'll meet you at 10. Living last night over again. Throw my shoes on and I'm out the door. Got a craving that I can't ignore. Make a stop at the liquor store. Grab a bottle, maybe two, maybe more. First thing I try is to remember, is it still June? No, it's September. Lay back, kicking the sack. Never have to worry, so I always relax. Try hard, play like a card. Always a fool, but I never get scarred. You try, think on the fly. Never give up, and you never can die. Live long, wear your song. Follow your dreams, and you'll never go wrong. First thing I try is to remember, is it still June? No, it's September. Lay back, kicking the sack. Never have to worry, so I always relax. Try hard, play like a card. Always a fool, but I never get scarred. trying to be. Maybe you could stop for a while. Try as I might, you just won't smile. Wasting my day, it's such a shame. But after this long, who's really to blame? Building up a steady stream of thought, but I don't care. Just come and find me, then you'll be free. Don't have to work so hard every day. Won't need a key. each week. Lose the game, end your streak. Give it all, fail and fall. Take a seat, feel the beat. Search yourself, look within. Digging deep, where it's thin. Know it ends, make amends. Close your eyes,
Yeah. We clear? Hello. Yeah, it works. Oh. I really know who this guy is, so I don't really need to buy it. So is your last name spelled Jenkins? Did I pronounce it right? Okay, cool. I sort of know, but. Yeah. I was obviously kidding. See some people still trickling in, but maybe we can start. What do you think? Want to give us a minute?
I mean, they're going to miss out if they don't come, so...
Yeah. Come inside. We have cookies.
Come join us.
We don't, but they don't know. Your call. Your call. You think? Let's go.
Go. Yeah.
Cool. So, hello everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of ClueCon. And we're starting with a bang with a presentation from my good friend Dan Jenkins. He's the founder of NimbleApe, WebRTC real-time communication consultancy, founder of Broadcaster VC, which is an AV broadcasting product, and well, also runs ComCon, which is a nice conference. And his presentation title is "I am a control freak," and I can tell what the topic is from the bio because it's not written up very well, but I'm sure it's going to be very interesting. So thank you, Dan, for joining us, and please a round of applause for him.
Thank you, Luca.
Take it away.
Hello, everyone. Is everyone happy to be back at an in-person ClueCon? Yes.
Yay.
Yeah, more noise than that. Come on. No? It's after lunch. Okay, so I'm Dan Jenkins. My Twitter name is Dan_Jenkins. Don't forget about the underscore. Tweet very nice things about me. So yes, I am using a clicker that likes to progress much further than it should. So I'm Dan Jenkins. I'm an RTC media geek, and I run a RTC consultancy called NimbleApe Limited in the UK. And then we also run something called Broadcaster VC, which Luca said is an broadcasting AV kind of tool set, which is brand new. And then I also run an event in the UK/Europe called ComCon. And I'm not going to tell you about that, but if you are interested in an event that is slightly different, come and talk to me afterwards. So I'm going to give up using the clicker because I don't want to ruin the surprises. So I'm a control freak, and you should be too. What does that mean? Do not expect this to be a technical talk. It's straight after lunch. No one wants technical straight after lunch, right? So if you were expecting one, I'm really, really sorry. I can't get my mic to not pop. Anyway, there we go, that's slightly better. So yes, if you're expecting a technical talk, best leave right now, because you're going to be sorely disappointed. Backstory time. Broadcaster VC. So, as I already said, bringing in remote talent into professional AV workflows with only a browser. So I'm not really going to sell you on Broadcaster VC because that's not what I'm here for. But Broadcaster VC was actually born out of running virtual ComCon. So we've done 2 virtual ComCons. We did one at the very, very start of the pandemic. And stuff was difficult, let's say. So Broadcaster is WebRTC powered. It's SFU driven. So we use Janus. Janus is amazing. And then this is kind of the very high level look at how it works. You send WebRTC in from a laptop or a phone, anything with a browser, because pretty much any browser works now. And all of those streams go up to Janus. Do you like my diagram? By the way, it's really good, isn't it? And then so the lines denote NATs, basically, different networks. And so Janus is up in the cloud somewhere. We've got 3 of them across the world for different regions, for different companies that are at different parts of the world. And then the right-hand side of the screen, there's a local connector. And that local connector draws in WebRTC and outputs it in NDI. And that's what professional AV people like, NDI, SDI, these professional formats. Not, say, Zoom that you screen capture and gives you terrible quality, or MS Teams, any of these tools that are designed for meetings, not broadcast. So we run this local connector and it outputs NDI, and professional AV people love it because it outputs ISO feeds in professional AV formats. I told you it wasn't a sales talk. It's not. I'll get to the good stuff in a sec. So this local connector outputs in many different formats, right? NDI, Blackmagic, AJA cards, SRT, etc. But we needed to take back control because there was an inherent problem. Not this kind of control. This kind of control. So we ended up using Pion to take back control. So that local connector was originally Janus. So we actually used Janus in the cloud, and we also used Janus locally. And it was a great idea at the time, and I'll come on to that later. But we ran into some problems. So the way that we took back control was using Pion. Pion enabled us greater control. So before we had Janus inside of a Docker container, and we used Meet Echo, the team that make Janus, we used their NDI plugin. It's not open source, it's a licensable thing from them. You can go and use it today if you want to email Meet Echo. We love Meet Echo. Don't get me wrong. Like, this talk is not about bashing Janus, it's about bashing the way that we were using Janus. It worked perfectly on Linux. But what do most AV people use? Mac and Windows. So like probably 95% of our target audience weren't on the platform that we had developed everything for, right? So getting it going wasn't simple. Users didn't know how to use Linux, which meant our conversion rates from trial to paid plans, the thing that makes us the money, was pretty bad. It made me cry a little inside every time someone said, this is a really great product, and then never converted because, it was difficult to run. So we took back control. Not this way. This way. And you can too. I mean, you haven't got exactly the same scenario as us, but I can guarantee you are using open source in the same way as us. Sometimes we abuse the open source tool sets that are available to us. We go, FreeSwitch, this big thing that can do everything, right? It's an MCU, it can be a back-to-back user agent, it can handle SIP, it can handle WebRTC, it can handle that weird codec that Brian was talking about the other day. It's fantastic, right? But sometimes we abuse these tool sets and we kind of go, oh, we've got a problem. And I'm just gonna force this problem into FreeSwitch and it's just magically gonna fix it for me, right? Well, that's not really how it works either. So everyone knows Dobby, our lovable house elf. He was abused, unfortunately. But we need to set ourselves free, just like Dobby. And I've got audio that isn't playing.
Dobby?
There we go.
Master has given Dobby a
Master
sock.
has given Dobby a sock. What? I didn't give you a sock.
Master has presented Dobby with clothes. Dobby is free.
Your open source projects can be free as well. No, I thought this was going to get a really good round of applause. No? I'm trying. Come on, work with me. So rest in peace, Dobby, the lovable house elf. So yes, we often just use the wrong tool for the job, right? For us, that was using Janus as a client. Now, Janus can be a client, and it can act as a client very, very well. And we did it because Janus is awesome, and the Me Echo team are awesome. Janus supports WebRTC, codec, all of the codecs, NDI with a little asterisk because it's a plugin, UDP forwarding, which means you can then forward on over to do SRT and other things. UDP forwarding, admin API so that you can kind of control it in a dynamic way, simulcast, and NAT handling. NAT handling especially because it acted as a client. Janus really is awesome. Don't let me dissuade you from using Janus because it is fantastic. But you've got to use it right? If you don't use it for the right task, then it's going to suck. Just like WebRTC sucks most of the time. Hopefully you were here for Evan, and he said that I gave a talk recently about WebRTC sucking. Well, yes, we use WebRTC within Broadcaster, and it does suck, but it's also awesome all at the same time. With great power comes great responsibility, said Albus Dumbledore. Oh, come on. Oh. So how did we fix our problem, right? Let's get to the crux of the talk, right? So how did we fix the problem? So yes, we use Pion. If you don't know what Pion is, it's a Go SDK around WebRTC. It is an entire WebRTC stack that is entirely separate to libWebRTC. It doesn't use anything from libWebRTC, and it's developed out in the open, it's completely open source, and it's written in Go. So we use Pion, Go, and then we also use this little thing that very few people have heard of, GStreamer. GStreamer is incredible when you use it properly, not those commands that you run in a terminal window. Using it properly means you can absolutely do fantastic things with it. So the way that we fixed it, Pion receives air quote WebRTC. I'm air quoting because WebRTC encapsulates an awful lot here. And then we push that data into GStreamer. We do stuff in GStreamer, like sorting out frame rates and text overlays and other things. And then we get it back out of GStreamer, and then we push it out to wherever we want to push it, whether or not that's converting it into NDI. I haven't explained what NDI is, but it's essentially this. It's an AV format that professionals like, and it allows you to send uncompressed video around your network without any extra cables. It's really great. So you can push it out to NDI, or you can push it over SDI cables using Blackmagic, AJA cards, whatever you want to do, right? And at the end of it, it's an end-user CLI binary that you just download. And that's what was missing from our previous incarnation with Janus. So now it works on Mac, Linux, Windows, and it's a one-file download. It is purely, truly magical. And unfortunately for us, Janus wasn't magical, but that's the journey that we went on. 2 slides the same. Are you using something wrongly? How many, hands up, How many people are kind of abusing a project within your space and you kind of know it and you really should do something about it? There's not enough hands up. I know you're all lying to yourself, right? I'm speaking the truth and you're all lying to yourselves. So are you abusing FreeSwitch? Are you abusing RTPengine? Are you abusing Asterisk? All of the main ones that handle media. Are you doing what Dobby hated? Are you abusing Dobby? Feel bad. Feel bad within yourselves. So don't do that. There is a better way. So the way for us was to build with smaller projects that do one thing or multiple things, but allow you to do lots and lots of specific things instead of just kind of saying, here's the one beast that rules them all, the one ring that rules them all. I know I'm getting off of the Harry Potter theme, but run with it. So what's that for SIP? That's Dractio, that's Kamailio, that's OpenSIPs. They do one thing and one thing very, very well, right? They handle SIP, and that's it. What do we do for media? Pion RTP, there's a part of Pion that is RTP, that just handles RTP. Pion isn't necessarily just WebRTC. You could use it today with VoIP. You could replace RTPengine. I'm not saying you should. You could replace RTPengine with Pion and GStreamer to do stuff to your media in exactly the same way that RTPengine enables you to transcode media and proxy media. Pion, RTP, and GStreamer could do exactly the same thing and give you a lot of flexibility, right? SFUs, LiveKit, Janus, MediaSoup, and Meduse. There's loads of other SFUs out there, but these four are extremely flexible and versatile. And you can just use the one part of it that you want and throw away the rest of it. MCU. FreeSwitch is the only one here. There are some others out there if you Google to the dark, deep parts of the internet. But ultimately, in my mind, there's only one that does it well and is truly open source. Use the right tool for the right job at the right time. How many times do we say this to our fellow engineers and then we throw it away and we go, here's a problem, asterisk. You can deal with X and Y, shove it in. But I'm not going to remove all the modules that I don't care about. And it only actually really fixes 90% of the problem that I actually have. There's still 10% that's really annoying, but Asterisk does a really good job, right? So let's just let Asterisk deal with it, yeah? This is bad. So even if that means deploying 10 projects within your infrastructure instead of just one, you will get a better experience for you and your customers. Janus was the right tool for us at the right time, but it's not designed to run on Windows. It's not designed to run on Mac OS by an end user, because that's the most important thing here. We are expecting end users to download a Docker image, get it working with a load of extra network hacks to make it work on Windows and Mac. It just didn't happen. So, don't be like Lucius. Be like Harry. No? Be like Harry. Free your projects from abuse, right? They will thank you for it. Be like Dobby. Be free. Don't get blindsided, right? Don't have tunnel vision. Don't go, I use FreeSwitch. I've used FreeSwitch for the past 10 years. I've used Asterisk for the past 10 years. It's great, isn't it? Always be looking for something new. But always remember the past. That's my semi-non-technical talk. And I've left time for questions. So thank you very much. And questions? Daniel, have we got a microphone?
Okay, so I'm not abusing any software, I remember, because I don't remember much. But then a practical question, like if you think about the time you invested in, let's say, making a solution, a prototype with the Janus, and then learning many other components, where you decided that, like, yeah, made this decision worth doing it, like, you know, from time-wise, from learning curve, and did it help that you had some knowledge of those tools in a way or another, or otherwise you have stick to and, let's say, kill Janus still it did what you wanted?
Okay, so before I ventured into the land of Golang and Python for this project, I had not touched a line of Golang ever. So I think alongside all of the other consulting work that we were doing, and we kind of just did this in the background when we had spare time away from consulting, it took 6 months end to end to replace Janus fully. But yeah, I didn't know Golang at all. I didn't know Python at all. The Python community is incredible. You've got a question, you go and ask it on their Slack, and you get a reply within, 10 minutes. So yeah, so Janus, it didn't take us too long to kind of get going with Janus, and that's why we started with Janus, because the Meet Echo team were amazing, and they went, we should collaborate on this NDI thing. This is great, and I'm very, very thankful to them. And we got going, and we had a product very, very quickly in the grand scheme of things. But ultimately, and it proved that there was a business case for it. But ultimately, we hit the point of people losing interest in it because it was too difficult to run it. And so we were losing out, and we said, right, we need to change this. But yeah, I hadn't written anything. I mean, obviously, I understand the constructs of WebRTC and GStreamer and those kind of things. But actually writing that code, I'd never done it before. Any other questions? I told you it was a non-technical talk, so there weren't going to be many questions, but... Well, thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Dan.
Let me unplug. So I get the pleasure of introducing our next speaker. Our next speaker is a favorite of mine. He is truly a wizard when it comes to all things real-time media, and his name is Luca.
Hey! Surprise! Thank you so much, Dan.
And I didn't even need a binder to tell me.
Yeah, you're right. You're better than I do. Okay, so let's see if we can get this to work, as I'm supposed to actually be good at it. Okay, just 1 second. I need to check something in my binder. Okay, so we'll do the drawing after my talk at this point, since I'm already on stage. Or rather, let's do the drawing first. I don't have prizes, though. So it's going to be after the talk. Can someone go ask for the prizes, please? Thank you. Okay, so no drawing, sorry, no prizes for you. I'll do it later. First of all, I'm filling in for Christian Kielhofer, who is unfortunately couldn't join us, and it says hello. I had him on ClueCon Weekly. We speak from time to time about blockchain and all of his topics. He says hello to everybody, and I'll try to fill in something in some way that's meaningful. The idea, so when I figured out I had to fill in, I decided I wanted to do something that was not so technical, but more about the market and ideas. Because, of course, I'll show you something about what SignalWire has been doing. I'll show something about a few things that have been going on, but the idea is that I couldn't really prepare very much, so I'll speak about things that I know very well. So, adventures in video development. I've been developing video applications for video-based applications, maybe longer than many people that are around here, just because I come from consulting and I've built a lot of interesting stuff over the years. And most of it was based on FreeSwitch, actually. So what SignalWire is doing is only the continuation. And I want to show you, first of all, we'll do a quick introduction of WebRTC, mostly because we need to know that to appreciate how the applications work and how the technical choices that have been made have been made. I am, well, first of all, something about me. I'm currently lead solutions architect at SignalWire. I'm based out of Milan. I have about 15 years and change of experience. And I started, and I said this yesterday during the open source panel, my entire journey started when I was a consultant. I was building web application and government database applications at the time, just out of university. And I was tasked with finding a way to call translators that will be used by hospitals and the police, so that when someone shows up at the hospital, they know what language they're speaking. They have a number to call. When there's a person that sort of knows all languages, I don't know how it works, they probably know how to recognize them, which will in turn patch in the appropriate translator. So if someone shows up from Pakistan, they just speak Urdu, you need to find someone who actually knows that language so they can help them. And I started from there. I made a few patches to this Ruby telephony framework called Addition to support FreeSwitch, because at the time it only supported asterisk. And through a rough and tortuous way, now I'm here. So that's the beauty of open source, right? So what can you do with video? People tend to think of video as Zoom, great application. I don't like it, but whatever, to each his own. But still, it's seen a lot of usage during the lockdown. But there's also a lot of other things you can do with video. Surveillance, but the good kind and the bad kind. Broadcasting, mostly the good kind, but there's some bad broadcasting too. Specialized applications of which video is not only a communication component, but it solves other problems too, which is quite interesting, and we're going to look at in a minute. And since Christian was going to speak about the blockchain, we're going to tie into that too, just a little. And of course, mobile experiences of various kinds, which are, I would say, relatively new, because the mobile experience, as I can think about it, short videos, short interactive experience, think TikTok, think all the various aspects that have not been explored until recent years, mostly because devices weren't powerful enough, network wasn't powerful enough, and it will have taken, so just 5 or 6 years ago, TikTok will not have been possible, because all those, every single video you're seeing when you scroll is like a few tens of megabytes. So if you can see it, if you can watch all videos without having to wait for a load time, it's great. If you had to wait for 5 seconds every video, nobody will use TikTok, because the whole point of TikTok is just scroll, pop, pop, pop. And that's something that we've been able to build only recently. What's important, though, is my work as a solutions architect and analyst. I like to read a lot of reports. I read almost too many reports and books. But this really struck me. Gartner research on the video market as this important data point. By 2024, I don't know how they tell the date, but by 2024, over 30% of remote meetings are not going to be held on a specialized video conference system. That is, you're on Zoom, you're on Google Meet, and you're also using something else, but they will integrate it in products or offer advanced capabilities. So video is starting to not be its own thing. It's starting to be a tool to achieve other goals, which is what we've been working on as a team and as a product team, and I've been doing for a long time. So just some video conferencing basics, because I wanted to set the stage in case someone didn't really, I mean, everybody here is an expert, but all various levels of knowledge. So to get video to work, we usually use WebRTC, so SIP is also supported. What WebRTC is, it's not a protocol. It's a set of standards and tools, including codecs, that allows you to build web-based video applications. There's many servers. I listed FreeSwitch first. 1, because I use FreeSwitch the most, and 2, because it's different from the others in one key aspect, which we'll see in a minute. Others are, I've used Janus, I've used MediaSoup, I used Pion. Dan did a great job of listing more of them. So there are very many open source projects you can use and leverage to build your own video solution these days. And of course, the aspect of broadcasting. So this is something that we're going to touch on again, but let's keep this as a data point, as a starting point. In many occasions, when you're starting to scale out video apps and you're building non-standard video apps, let's picture video apps are non-standard video apps as I have to meet with a client, and there's also a sales rep on my call. So it's me, the sales rep, and the client. We're in a video room, we talk about whatever's going on, design the commit contract, everybody gets richer, we're happy. But that's the standard usage. Many scenarios require asymmetric viewership, meaning that there are 2, 3, 4 active speakers, and there are maybe hundreds of audience participants that are just watching. But they might want to interact, so it's not just enough to just broadcast. So RTMP and HLS are great pure broadcasting tools. I just want to get people to watch what I'm saying. I don't care if they hear it a minute after. WebRTC instead allows you to do synchronous broadcasting. Everybody gets the same event at the same time, network conditions notwithstanding. Okay, if you have 2 seconds ping from your provider, it's your problem. It's usually going to be very synchronous. And we're going to get to that in a minute. So when you're building a web application, always remember that signaling and media are different paths, meaning that the way devices agree how to talk to each other and the actual media that's being sent is a different path, and especially that signaling is not standardized in the WebRTC standard, meaning that every device has to support the same codecs. H.264, VP8, Opus, and a couple others are mandated by standard. But how they agree to talk to each other can be different and can be adjusted by virtue of what you need. Again, this is going to be important in a minute. I know I'm just setting the stage, right? And MCU versus SFU very often can dictate how you design your application. So first of all, let's start from the main important distinction. It was touched on by someone this morning, probably Evan, but I'll repeat it because he stole my slides. And so what an SFU does is every participant in a room built around an SFU receives one video stream from each of the other participants, meaning that if there are 4 people in a room with me, so there's 5 total, I will be sending out one video feed and receiving 4 others. Every time we add one person to this room, it increases arithmetically. So one person adds 6 feeds because now I'm receiving 5 and I'm sending 1, but everybody is also receiving 5. So there's more feeds every time we add a person. This has advantages and disadvantages. SFUs are very light on the server side. They usually do next to nothing because they're just passing frames around. And they're easy to integrate in an application where you only need to speak with a few people because the number of feeds doesn't really matter. As soon as you start scaling up and you get into those hybrid speaker and audience situations, an MCU is preferable. I would say in my opinion, but that's almost fact at this point. The idea is that an MCU receives every video feed and sends back one single feed with every speaker in one video, meaning that the multiplexing happens on the server. That makes it predictable because everybody is getting one video feed, so by virtue of knowing which bandwidth you're setting, you effectively know how much bandwidth will be needed to run your app. In any case, there are no unknowns, and there are some interesting implications with the mixing happening on the server, which are going to be useful in a minute. Of course, running the old way required, FreeSwitch and Docker, and maybe using mod.xml curl, and using ESL for controlling the server. You need some kind of clustering, you need some kind of setup, and usually expensive. Running a video on FreeSwitch is not great from an expense standpoint. An $80 DigitalOcean server runs about 50 people if you're doing things right. Although, on Friday will be a nice training session where we'll go through exactly all of this setup, so I can help you start getting started with video, amongst other things. So reach out to the reception if you're interested. What else? Well, enter the SignalWire Video SDK, obligatory plug. I work for SignalWire, so you get some advertisement now. Sorry. Jokes aside, I think it's a great product. We try to make everything that made FreeSwitch great as a video solution building platform into a cloud version. So it provides a complete video development platform as a pay-as-you-go solution, meaning that it has the ability to create video rooms, you can do recording, you can do broadcasting, you can do seeking and rewinding videos, you can call into a video room with SIP, which is very important and also quite useful, and there's a bunch of other features that are super useful. Of course, there's a lot of advanced access configuration within the platform, which is also very important, and will come in handy, because what we're going to do next is, first of all, I'm going to show you how easy it is to use. It's literally 5 lines of code, and the last 3 lines are actually not useful because you can not use those. That JavaScript block gets you a video conference in your page. Nothing else needed. Just need to generate the token, which is you can get from the dashboard. So we try to make it as easy as possible, but it's predicated on our knowledge of how to build complex applications, which I want to lead you through now. Sorry, the plane air conditioning is terrible. Every time I fly, it takes me like 5 days to recover. What you're going to do is I'm going to walk you through a few interesting apps customers have built, with some help on my end in most cases, around the video platform that are not just the classic meeting rooms, but they use the, I sometimes call them side effects of video to be able to operate. Boom. So first one, so we're going to start from digital signatures. We're going into a webinar platform, and now we're going into a celebrity meeting product that's an upcoming product that's a AAA product, like you see launches and advertisements and stuff. That's going to be, I'm sort of giving you an anticipation. So the first 2 case studies, I can go a little bit in depth and even give you names. On the third product, I will have to stay as vague as possible, but I showed you the technology, which is still a good starting point. So first of all, first case study is this platform called Agree.live, built by some good friends in Italy, which have been helping for a while. And their idea is to integrate video conferencing with the document viewer and electronic signatures, so that you can meet in the room. At the same time, you can look at documents together with your guest and the people who have to sign them, and with specialized document viewer, etc. I have a good video. Well, we can just take a look, and then I'll come back and explain. Just take the, so as you can see, there's video on the side, document is in the middle. That's a specialized document viewer that allows you to, you can sign the document. So what they do is they use this as a closing tool, for example, in real estate markets, especially when there's multiple people involved. For example, what they do is they very often use this for real estate closings when there are multiple owners of the same building. So maybe you have like 5 people who need to participate into a meeting, agree on the minutes that says, I'm going to sell my percentage for this, my percentage for that, and then sign. Everybody needs to sign a document that effectively states that they agreed to the same terms together. So this is a very interesting use case. This, guys, that's a simple application. What they do is the MCU, if you remember, feeds the video into one big grid, right? So I have video of everybody that was in the room at the same time in one video feed. I have logs that state they were there, and I can identify them using video. So one of the participants has the ability to click a button that says, yes, I recognize this as Luca. This has legal binding consequences in Europe. What happens, though, is that the MCU, so the fact that there's one video frame where everybody in the meeting appears, is actually providing security. So at the minimum, I know that, say, I see my good friend Brian down there, so I'll use him as an example, and Ryan too. So me, Brian, and Ryan are purchasing a house together to turn into a private club and start a golf club. And at a minimum, we will be able to say that us 3 were in a room at that time for that amount of time. We signed the document using electronically binding digital signature. That happened at the same time, too. So even if one of us wanted to say, I wasn't there, I didn't sign, I didn't hear the terms, it's hard to really prove, right? So video is providing an integral aspect of security in this application. And the little tiny into blockchain that, well, since I'm replacing a blockchain talk, the little tie-in is that everything then gets stored as a package, and the package gets hashed, and that hash gets put on a Bitcoin blockchain, effectively proving that the document existed at that point in time. This, again, shows how video can not only be a tool for talking to each other, so it's truly important. They use it for sales. So when they sell insurance through this tool. So you talk to the person, they agree on the policy, you upload the document, they sign. But we're also using video to do something that is not just talk to each other, which is super important, but it's not the only thing. What else? How do I go to the next? Okay, so online webinars. This is also interesting, and this also has side effects of video. This company provides what's called continuous professional education in the US, meaning that lawyers, accountants, and many other categories need to attend a set amount of hours of courses to be able to, keep their license, get an extra license, charge $100 more an hour because they are specialized in something, whatever. I don't fully understand the law implications, but I know how it works very well because I built it. It's usually 1, maximum 2 speakers, and they have from 10 to 300 people in attendance. Usually, the attendance is not really participating, they're just looking. But what they do, first of all, is they use the SignalWire backend logs to make sure that, so they give me a token, I'm an attendant, they give me a token, but they also save the token in the database so they know who joined, and they keep track of who joins and who leaves. That way, I cannot just join the video presentation at the beginning and then just go do something else, and eventually I'll turn my computer off, because they will tell, so they know if I'm connected or not. So they use video for presence, not just for broadcasting. And of course, they do recording. They have promotion capabilities. The SignalWire SDK has a seamless way to promote an audience member, so a view-only member, very lightweight, no device dialog for WebRTC, so it won't ask you for devices unless you get promoted to an active participant. And so they can have a button that says, hey, let Luca ask a question, like you do in a conference. Of course, they do recording and playback, and this is super important because this is another neat trick they do. So these courses are usually broadcast live, so you have to show up at 10 a.m., and it's going to be 4 hours, and this person is going to explain you all about taxes in Texas or whatever. That's more or less what they do. But they also record these events, including everything that happens, so slides get advanced. They have a UI that uses a separate viewer, so there's a video frame there, but the slides area is HTML. And the speaker advances slides, just as I'm doing now, and the events get recorded in a database, and then they play it back in real time during playback of the video. Meaning that when the recorded speaker says, so now look at slide 4 is on the screen. This looks deceptively easy, but it's actually quite complex. Why? Because this has to be done through WebRTC, not through HLS or ATMP. Because RTMP and HLS have variable caching, meaning that you can go as low latency as you want, but not everybody in the audience is going to get the same sentence at the same time. This platform also has a quiz that the presenter can bring up. So think about this. It's a recorded broadcast. When I say, as a presenter, hey, please answer the quiz that's on screen, the quiz has to be there. Not before and not after. Otherwise, it's weird. Like, if you got a quiz and I didn't mention it, you look at me funny, like if it happened right now. Or if I said, please answer this quiz, and there's no quiz, nowhere to be seen. It just doesn't work. That's why WebRTC is a great broadcasting tool for very low latency situations where you have to be sure that your audience is all seeing and hearing the video at the same time, because it has real-time implications. What this company does is use the backend logs to make sure I was connected for the entire time, that I answered the correct quizzes, and they generate certificates based on attendancy. Again, video is not only used to present, later just give the 4-hour lesson, which is usually very boring from what I'm told, because it's more or less stuff those people already know, but they need to prove they know, so that's a course or something. But also used to certify they have joined the video conference for enough amount of time. So you have to, I don't know, it's a 4-hour, you need to attend at least 3 hours out of 4 to get the certificate, otherwise you don't. And this is a very interesting use case. It also uses side effects again. So your certification depends on how the video platform performs. So last case study is a celebrity meeting app, which is AAA app that's upcoming and probably in the following months, I think. I really have to be careful about what I can say, but I think I can go here. So the idea is that you'll be able to meet your favorite celebrity for a few minutes in a broadcasted event, so that there's, think Telegram, but it's live, and you can join, I don't know, Steph Curry to ask him a question about basketball. The trick here is that, well, 50 to 1,000 people in the audience is the prototype. Of course, it will have far more viewership. But the trick here is that the SignalWire SDK allows this company to build a production room, like the AV desk we have at the, at the bottom of the hall, meaning that there is someone handling the production on the event. Because honestly, you can't just not leave anyone join a conference with a celebrity and ask them questions because, oh God, who knows what's going to happen. Like most of it is just going to be terrible. So what they do is they record the feed. The feed goes to the production room, which also has the ability to kick people, promote people, put them in the video, remove them, adjust the layout. But more importantly, only the production room people are actually seeing that video. It's going out live in a 30-second delay. All done through using two SignalWire rooms, essentially. One is 30 seconds behind the other. So let's say the director of the event has time to, worst case, go to black, right? If this person just takes off their clothes and starts yelling obscenities, just take it down and whatever. This actually is mandated by law since Whitney Houston took her blouse off to the Super Bowl, something like that. So this is actually something that is real. It's super weird. So this is more about not the advanced capabilities of video itself, but it's about how we can build complicated, interactive applications through a few simple tools. This is really just recording a video and then broadcasting it again 30 seconds after. It's something you can do, of course, on SignalWire, but you can frankly do it on FreeSwitch or many other platforms. The idea here is that what we use is advanced security. We have time-limited tokens, which is a SignalWire feature, meaning that you can allow someone to only join for a certain duration. All of this is done to limit the possibility that something goes bad. Of course, there's people that want to join and ask a question to whatever celebrity get vetted first. So there is another room where you join, and one of the producers for the event will ask you questions. They will ask you which question you want to ask. You probably have to sign something saying you're not crazy. That has never stopped anyone, but usually works well. I mean, when I used to fly to the US, there was a questionnaire that, among other questions, was asking me if I was a terrorist and if I was about to perform a criminal act on the US soil. I don't know who says yes, but I mean, if you say yes, you deserve whatever's waiting for you at the airport when you land, right? It's so yeah, they're going to ask you if you're crazy, and you're obviously going to not say no, but still. So this is more about building. So this is just an example of the layout we're using. It was one of the demo images because I couldn't really show any from that stuff. Like, it's literally, I'm literally prohibited from. But the idea, though, is here we're building something that's very complex. So there's multiple views. This is another thing that doesn't happen very often in video application. There are multiple views on the same event. So there is people who have their phone in their hands, and they're just seeing the celebrity in a big box and the little person that's asking the question, bottom right corner or whatever. There is a production room who's seeing a completely different picture. They're seeing the celebrity picture, the large, to be able to check for quality and others. They have a line of people who are alone in a room waiting to be sent to the main room to talk to the celebrity, who have been in turn already gone through another room where some people ask them the questions I mentioned earlier. All of this results in a seamless experience on the mobile device, because frankly what we want to do is users need to want to use it, we need millions, billions of people to listen to whoever is asking questions, to Steph Curry or whatever. Same time, this is how you build a complex application without complexity. Like, just break it up in different pieces. Production is one thing. Even the webinar app we saw earlier actually has two views, for example. There's a presenter view, which has more buttons, and you have the ability to kick people and stuff, and the participant view, which has less buttons. But that does not directly affect video. It's just that the presenter is the one who's speaking, and the others are listening. In this case, we have mobile app, seamless, super cool. Production room, very complicated. Screening room, simple because people have to be able to use it. All of it is done seamless. And in reality, everybody's seeing the same video. It's only handled differently. So it's a very interesting way to build apps. Again, all of these are built on SignalWire, but this being ClueCon, there's other way. You could do it with FreeSwitch yourself without any. I mean, I've done it. Two out of these three were originally built in FreeSwitch and then migrated to SignalWire, for example. Cool. So, want to get started? Obligatory get started slide.
I have a link to the video first steps guide, and developer.signalwire.com has all the video and other API information. Hit me up, ask John, ask anybody from SA or customer success. We're super happy to help you. And that's pretty much it. So I hope this was interesting. It was some kind of last-minute thing, but I think case studies are always interesting because regardless of the technology used, if you're doing interesting stuff, it can spur more innovation. Because maybe I give you a few ideas, and now you're going to go out and build something. And in case you become a billionaire, remember me and send me a bottle of wine. Thank you so much. My email address is luca@signalwire.com. Anything you need, drop me a line. I'll find you someone who can help you. And thank you so much. And, well, I stay here because I have to present. Thank you. Give a big round of applause for the speaker. Great. So we'll do the drawing now. Which? Binder. I've been told that if I lose this, I might as well just run away and never be seen again because consequences will be dire. Okay, so today's prize is Cards Against Technology with the Nerd Pack, which is absolutely fantastic. If you haven't played this, it's better than the original. We had a lot of fun. And I'm trying to get a personalized pack done with people from SignalWire, like getting Luca on a needless sales call, or waking up DevOps at 4 a.m., which are all events that actually happen. So our winner for the Cards Against Technology and Nerd Pack prize is ticket number 6767512. Nope. Got it? Oh, swing and a miss. No, got him. And our winner is Justin. Enjoy. It's a great game. We had a lot of fun. And, well, thank you so much. So what's going on here? Oh, a friend. Everybody, we're all friends here, really, but we've had each other for a long time. So our next speaker is Ruchir Brahmbhatt from Ecosmob, co-founder and CTO of Ecosmob, which is a development outfit based in India, but he'll tell you more about it. And he's going to help us understand one thing that has been mentioned multiple times recently, which is the title of his presentation is How About Hierarchical Calls on the Rocks or Stir and Shaken, hint, hint. Thank you for joining us. Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is mine, actually. This is not part of the drawing prize. So give a big round of applause for Ruchir.
Thank you.
And enjoy.
Okay, here we are. So yeah, how would you like your calls, on the rocks or stir and shaken? So to give you a brief introduction about myself, I'm Ruchir Brahmbhatt. I'm the co-founder and CTO of Ecosmob. I'm also the co-founder of Hodusoft. So basically, I look after the technology advancement, R&D, and also I help my team with the right resources, tools, processes, and mentorship so that they can deliver the project successfully and we can achieve the customer delight. So basically, Ecosmob is a globally known brand when it comes to real-time communication solutions development. I will not bore you with the details. You can meet us outside to more about us. So let me ask a question to the audience. So if you get a call like this, I hope it's readable. How likely are you to pick up such call? Yes, no, can't say. You're not? Okay, I get it. So we have a very, very smart audience over here, but not everyone is so fortunate because someone calling maybe something like this. So let me tell you about a story that happened to my friend in the UK. So which shook me to the core, by the way. His wife got a call from his number one day, and there was this lady on the call. She presented herself as the police officer. She told her that your husband is detained in the fraud case. We know that he might be innocent, but in order to bail him, you need to do the bond of £3,000 immediately. So the wife tried to request her to talk to her husband, but the lady was so authoritative and she denied the request. Not only that, she forced her to stay on the call for 30 minutes, asked her to go to the nearest bank, withdraw the money, and then deposit to the nearest post office account. Only after dropping the call, she saw the message from her husband, which was sent during the same time the call was active. Only then she realized that she was being duped. They tried a lot to trace the transaction, trace the account, but it was nowhere to be found. This is just one of the millions of stories happening around the world. So let's look at some of the statistics over here. So if you look at the Truecaller's Insights 2022 US Spam and Scam report, more than 68 million people fell victim to the scams. 1 in 3 Americans reported having fallen victim, with more than 20%, more than once, actually. The average loss reported was $577, and 61.1% of these people were scammed. So totaling all this, the total loss incurred was $39.5 billion, which is staggering. So can we do something about this? Can we do something about this online phone scams and spam? Can I get some ideas from the audience? Sorry? Yeah, and is there any solution to resolve this problem? Any suggestions? Any ideas? Sorry? Sorry? Oh, you don't answer the phone. Yeah, the vigilance, awareness, and common sense goes a long way, but not everyone can demonstrate all the time. But there are other alternatives as well, like there are some caller ID applications, for example, Truecaller, which helps you identify, it tries to help you identify the caller, but it doesn't, it's not flawless. It has its own limitations as well, right? So to begin with, it only works on the smartphones. It also requires active internet connection to detect the call. So till date, still a lot of calls are happening on the landlines or the IP phones where these applications are not effective. It relies on the crowdsourced database. So there is no central governing authority which can validate the authenticity of the data, basically, right? So it can identify the number, but it can't guarantee the authenticity. So that's another challenge. And interestingly, like same number, same call, similar calls can be spam for someone at the same time. It may be very important call for someone else. It happens to me all the time, often, if not all the time. So I get a call from the banks or financial institutions, and it is showing up as a spam because enough people have reported it as a spam because these agencies use the same number to do the marketing calls as well as informative calls, which is a very, very bad idea. And last but not the least, the data security and privacy, because they are storing all your contacts, your data is not so secure. So there is another alternative to it, enter Stir Shaken. So basically it's a technology framework which is designed to reduce the fraudulent calls and caller ID spoofing. So there are two parts in it, Stir and Shaken. So Stir is for secure telephony identity revisited. So it aims to add the secure identity information to the call so that the endpoints in the network can verify the call. And Shaken is a secure handling of asserted information using the tokens. So it provides the mechanism to verify the call and how the information will be transported across the network. So it doesn't directly prevent the caller ID spoofing or the spamming or frauds, but it does provide a method using which you can know whether to trust the caller ID or not. And FCC are already mandated that by June 2021, all the service providers have to implement it. The deadline has gone already. Many have implemented, but not everyone has. So we'll try to, I'll try to give some more information on how you can implement it if you are starting a new business, becoming a new service provider. So basically, STIR-SECON tries to restore the trust in the voice network, and that is how it will try to reduce the fraudulent calls, the caller ID spoofing, at the same time ensure that the legitimate calls can be reached to the right destination. So overall, how does the STIR-SECON works? So whenever a user makes the call, the originating service provider does the authentication service, in which it will create the passport, it will sign it, create the SIP identity header, add it to the invite, and then relay the call to the terminating service provider. And then this terminating service provider will do the verification service by validating the certificate and also decoding the passport and ensuring the attestation is right, the caller ID is what it claims to be. So, okay, let me ask the audience. So, doesn't it look very simple? You can get a domain name, you can get a certificate easily, you can start signing your calls. So the robocallers can do that as well, isn't it? How it can be foolproof then? Don't you think so? Well, not exactly. The process is not that simple. You might have got a glimpse yesterday's talk as well on the same. So basically, the service provider have to register to the policy administrators. So they verify that actually it's a genuine service provider, and they have to get the service provider token. Then they have to request the certificate from the certification authority by providing the token. And then they get the certificate, and then only they can start signing their own calls. So let's talk about the authentication service. How does it work? So typically, as a service provider, whenever the call comes to you, you verify that whether the call is from our own user or not, because the calls may be getting from some gateways or the enterprise PBX or somewhere, right? So you want to sign your end users only. So if it's not, you simply let the other call flow take over. If it is coming from the registered authenticated user, then you also verify if the identity header is already present or not. If it is there, you don't want to mess with it. You simply relay the call. If it is not present, then you can go forward for the authentication service, right? So what do? Basically, we have to create a passport. We sign the passport with the certificate. We add the SIP identity header in the invite, and then we relay the call to the termination service providers. So what is passport? So passport will look something like this. So there is a header and the payload. So the header part contains the algorithm, which should be always ES256. Then there is a PPT extension, which should be shaken all the time. The type is a passport, of course. And the X5U contains the part of the certificate, which is used to sign the token. And then there is this attestation. Oh, it's messing up the format. OK. So attestation type, which we'll discuss shortly. Then there is ordination and destination for the calling and the called parties. Then the IoT token, which is a timestamp when exactly the token was created. And the origin ID, which is the call ID. You can use the call ID or UUID over here. So what is attestation? There are basically 3 types of attestations, A, B, and C. So A stands for full attestation, in which case you can authenticate the origination of the call, and you can also authorize, you can know whether the calling party is authorized to use that number or not. So for example, subscriber registered to us directly, right? Then there is a type B attestation, in which case we can authenticate the origination of the call, but we cannot tell for sure if the user is authorized to use this number. So for instance, some extension in the enterprise PBX is making the call, and the call comes from the PBX. So we know the PBX owns the number, but the user who made the call, whether they are allowed or not, that only PBX knows. So that is a kind of type B attestation. And last is the C, gateway attestation, in which we can authenticate the origination from where the call is coming. We trust that party, but we don't know if the user who made the call is authenticated and authorized or not. So typically call coming from an international gateway, right? So how does the verification flow work? So whenever incoming call is received on the verification service provider, so we first of all check if the identity header is present or not. So here there are multiple ways. Some providers, they can choose to keep it optional, whether to allow the calls without identity header or not, whether to do verification for all the calls or not. And even in that, you want to support all the attestation types or only certain, A only or A and B and ABC, everything. So ideally A is preferable, but in certain cases, you may want to keep it somewhat flexible. So yeah, if the identity header is not present and if you are enforcing it, you reject the call straight away. If it is present, then you decode the passport, and then we check the attestation level in the passport. Now here attestation level, we verify there can be system level configuration as well as user level configuration, whether you want to allow all the type of attestations or only specific ones, right? So if it is matching the criteria, then you can proceed for the verification. Otherwise, you can simply drop the call. So how we do verification is we get the SIP identity header, then we extract the passport, then we get the URL of the certificate, then we decode it, then we validate the certificate and verify the number, origination and destination to make sure it is what it is claimed to be. And then we only relay the call. So that's enough talks. Let's go through some practical implementation as well for the demo purpose. For demo, we are using this kind of architecture where the OpenShips is there. All the users are registering to OpenShips, and the calls are exchanged between the gateways, and we are using a cluster of free switch server. So please note that the authentication and verification service can be performed in all kind of servers. It can be OpenShips, it can be Kamailio, it can be free switch, it can be Asterisk. So for demo purpose, we are using this kind of architecture. So what you need to do, and one more thing, we are doing both the authentication and verification on OpenShips only. So basically, you have to load the stir shaken module in OpenShips. You configure the auth date and verify date freshness, which is basically tells OpenShips whether to how much older the date header in the SIP invite can be for authentication and verification services, respectively. And then there is a CA list, which is the path of the file containing the certificates of all the authorized certification providers. Then finally, the required date header, which can be optional. If you keep it optional, it may get it from the SIP invite if it exists. If it doesn't, then it will get the date from the IoT token, which we discussed earlier. I'm not talking about authentication. Everyone knows how to authenticate a user. But you need to authorize, or you need to verify if the user is authorized to use that caller ID or not. So depending on your logic, you may do the database deep or memory deep to verify that part, and then go further. So then we validate the certificate. Now it's a good practice to cache the certificate locally because it's not going to change often. It may change 1 year or 2 years down the line. So you don't want to make too many requests to the servers, right? So we fetch the certificate from the local cache, and then we verify it from the stir shaken check cert function. So if it is not valid or if it doesn't exist, we should download it and again store it in the cache so that it can be used in the future. Then finally, we can perform the authentication service using the stir shaken auth function by passing the right attestation, UUID, origination, destination, private key, and the certificate path. For verification, first we have to check if the identity header is present at all using the isPresentHF function. If it is not there, we can drop the call. If it exists, then we can proceed further. So here again, we had the certificate path in the passport. So we try to fetch that from the cache again. And then if it is not valid, or if it doesn't exist, we download again, and then again store it in the cache for efficiency. And finally, once everything is in place, we use the stir shaken verify function, and then it will decode the passport, verify the attestation, verify the origination and destination, and if it is valid, then we relay the call, otherwise we drop the call. So we'll do a quick demo, practical implementation. So for the demo purpose, we are calling between the two users, and we'll try to simulate different scenarios like this. So second user is accepting the type A attestation calls only. And system-wide, we are allowing only the attestation, the stir second calls. And at the same time, we will try changing the caller ID and see what happens. So, so first we are going to make a call from a user using the caller ID which doesn't belong to the user. Okay. So I'm going to change. Okay, I'm going to call the second user. Okay. So here we see the call is declined and with the message that the caller ID ownership is failed. So we don't allow the call as discussed. Now let's make another call using the caller ID with attestation type B. Remember that we discussed that the second user accepts type A calls only. So in this case, user A is authorized to use this number, but the attestation which will come up will be type B. Now let's call again. Okay. So we see we are getting declined again. And it will not allow type B attestation calls. That's the error message that we are throwing. Now let's test the final case in which we are going to use the valid caller ID with type A attestation. I'm going to accept the call on my phone. Okay, I got the call, it's connected, as you can see. Let's look at some of the packets as well. So this is the invite packet. You can see the identity header with the passport, with the certificate path, and the second extension. And as the caller ID is valid, the authentication is done, and the call is relayed further and verified as well. Okay. Yeah. So as we saw, star second provides a very solid mechanism to authenticate caller ID, to verify it, and ensure the robocallers or scam callers, they cannot dupe the customers, consumers, and businesses. So doesn't it look like a silver bullet to all the fraud problems? Isn't it? Can't say that 100% sure, because it has its own limitations as well. So first is while it authenticates the caller ID, it cannot indicate whether the call is genuine or not. As I mentioned earlier, the vigilance, awareness, and common sense goes a long way. So I don't think any system would be able to prevent 100% of the time. And secondly, it works on the IP-based networks only. So if we are getting a calls from a legacy systems, we will not be able to verify actually. So as discussed earlier, it doesn't directly prevent the caller ID spoofing or spam or scam, but it provides a solid mechanism. So if enough providers implement the mechanism and the users are showing the awareness, so earlier they used to hit their head on the rocks while scammers were enjoying the drinks while having a last laugh with stir shaken in place. Finally, the scammers can hit their head on the rocks while users can enjoy their martini, either stirred or shaken. Thank you very much. I'll leave the floor open for any questions, and I'm adding some resources as well for future reference and further study. Should I stir it or shake it? Any questions? Okay, so I assume everyone understood everything, or they don't understand anything. I hope the case is the first one. If you want any further information or need any help implementing stir shaken or any part of the whole RTC ecosystem, feel free to reach out to us. Our booth is right across the doors, and we'll be here around the whole week. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Big round of applause for Ruchir, and then we're ready for our next speaker. Oh, I know this guy. We have met each other before. We were about 10 minutes away. Your choice. There's a break after you talk, so we can just do a longer break. Here, might as well. Doesn't.
Oh, good.
And there we go. Our next speaker is an old friend of the open source community, Daniel-Constantin Mierla, and well, founder of the Kamailio. You probably know him. I don't need to intro him. Like, look him up. Jokes aside, I don't have the title for your talk anywhere. That's what I was looking for.
It's there.
It's there. Perfect. So, Kamailio for topology, hiding, and core SIP network protection. Daniel is an expert, so I'm sure this will be very interesting. Give him a big round of applause.
Thank you.
And
okay, thank you for coming. A little bit freezing. The difference between ClueCon in August and ClueCon in November is that the same temperature is inside and outside, because in August it's warm outside. So I can't warm in any of these areas. Thank you for coming to my presentation, and I thought of giving a few words about how you can use Kamailio to hide some of your sensitive components eventually from your maybe core network or your interconnect services. First, just a few words about myself. So I'm originally from Romania, living in Berlin, Germany. Been with this project from very beginning. I'm actually a programmer by myself. I'm not coming from the telecom world. And I've been in the open source world for quite some time, involved also in some events like FOSDEM or Kamailio World Conference. I really love coming to ClueCon and other events in the US, so probably some of you already met me in many other places. For those that are new to Kamailio, just to make a bit of clarification in terms of timelines and the names of the project. So practically, it started at a research institute in Germany as SIP Express router project. After some transformation with how the institute managed and actually sold the IPR of the SCR project, then we created a branch, OpenSCR, that we ended up in a trademark issue, and practically since 2008 we use Kamailio as a name for the project. It's quite a popular project in the carrier-grade telephony, so works pretty well with Asterix free switch for scalability, security, offloading some functions like authentication, registration. We run also our own event in Berlin, Germany. So if you are interested in learning more about, I'm gonna be around today and tomorrow all the day. As a summary of what you should expect from Kamailio, so first it's a signaling only application, so we don't manage ourselves the media stream. Of course, we can process it, but together with other applications like you could see from yesterday, or actually this morning, the first talk from Richard, we work together with RTPengine, and by that we can actually do media processing by like transcoding or encryption, decryption, but Kamailio itself doesn't have the component inside its code. It's used for many other purposes, including extensions to mobile networks, IMS, voice over LTE, but as well as scalability, vertical or horizontal for various services. I'll have some examples of config files. It's going to be technique presentation after introduction. You'll see some scripting language there. If you are not familiar with, be aware that we support other well-known scripting languages for configuring Kamailio, like Lua, Ruby, JavaScript. With JavaScript, be aware it's not like Node.js, it's just the ECMAScript interpreter that we support, but it allows you, if you're familiar with that scripting language, to eventually start faster with Kamailio. We are also pure open source, like not a big company behind and not a single company controlling the project. So I'm from Asipto, practically together with another engineer working on Kamailio, but then we get contribution from very large telecom like 1&1 Germany, which would be like second telecom in Germany. They contributed modules, they contribute let's say resources for development, they even host sometimes our events, and there are a couple of other companies that do the same. So it's pure distributed, no central control. We are a community in all aspects, from users to developers to management of the project. And from the perspective of the last years, if you want to see how we evolved or what we got on our newest version, we release like every 8, 10, maybe sometimes even 1 year, a new major release, which means we bring out new extensions and consistent set of new features. I just put here the links to our latest major release notes, and just show out some keywords like Java, JSON Web Token, or Stir Shaken. It's quite a lot here about it. So I have actually 2 extensions related to Stir Shaken. One is using lib Stir Shaken from SignalWire free switch, and one is using SecZip ID project, something that I developed. I'll have a link at some point just in case you want to look more. But we support, also WebSocket, TLS, a lot of things that are useful these days. So practically, if you haven't used it, wait no longer. It's free. We even offer it today as half the price, or this week. Everyone is ramping up the prices. We lower it. So take your chance, play with it, and if you have questions, reach me or Fred or Giacomo. There are many people that have experience with Kamailio in this room. Before going to the topology handling, just to show you a bit about our config file so you understand about it. It's like a scripting language. It's kind of 3 parts with global parameters where you specify, hey, I want Kamailio to listen on this socket, one or many, could be UDP, TCP, many IP addresses, many ports. We can bridge between them. You can tell how many worker processes to create, how much memory, and a lot of other, let's say, attributes you can set via these global parameters. Then most of the features in Kamailio are coming through this extension. We call them modules, and you have to load them, including like least cost routing, load balancing, even authentication. Even if you want to send a SIP reply with Kamailio, you have to load the module. The core, we keep it, let's say, slim in the way that we keep the components that are needed for everyone else, but not in the, let's say, business type of features. So it will be like C parser, transport layer management, memory management, and things like that. And after loading the modules and setting the module parameters, we have the routing blocks. And you can think about them like some functions that are called or executed by Kamailio on various events, like receiving a SIP request, receiving a SIP response, or we forwarded a SIP response, but it was not getting a 200 OK, so it's like a failure routing, and we want to reroute. Think about this LCR gateway hunting. The first one has no more available channels. You want to reroute. So we give all this kind of flexibility to decide the routing. But at the end, what's there is kind of programming, a scripting language, and you have to tell Kamailio what it should do with all these packets. And based on what you need to build, could be quite large configuration file, and adding topology hiding could be something that people think, oh, I would rather do it with some component, but my role here is to show that it's very simple. Now when it comes to topology hiding, it's, again, I said it's a SIP signaling server, so practically we deal with these SIP packets. We receive them, we decide if they are well formatted, if it's coming from a valid source by authenticating with user password or with IP addresses, and then we decide where to send it. Could be via user location, sending to a registered phone, or could be LCR rules, load balancing, all these kind of features we can do. But we are also like a proxy. So that means we add some headers, and in those headers we put our address. But we don't remove the headers that we received and have the addresses of the endpoint that send the traffic to us. So as you could notice, this would be the received invoice by Kamailio, and you, in blue, the via address, the contact, actually they have the address of the caller. And when we send it out, we keep them and we add, like here, we change a little bit the request URI, say by location record, and then we add a record route and we add our own via. You notice there are two vias right now. So this would be the usual proxy behavior. And we keep contact as it is. Sometimes we transform it a little bit to help with NAT traversal, but let's say that's secondary. The address of the endpoint, it's still there usually. And also quite important for full topology hiding, there is IP addresses in the SDP, one or more, depending on how many streams. But again, Kamailio is not processing the media, so for a full topology hiding, you have to use RTPengine or RTP proxy media relay. The focus here with the extension in Kamailio, it's on hiding these IP addresses in the SIP headers. This is a simple scenario, not to have it like a big message, but if you have like a chain of proxy, you can see there are many V addresses, many record out, and you want to hide all of them, besides the one from Kamailio. So here we are with the solution or the options you can use from Kamailio to hide these headers. Could be business, like an interconnect, and you don't want to disclose the interconnect partners that you have on left and right side. Could be security. You have a large core network and you don't want to disclose their addresses so they are not subject of attack. And in some situations, it's also because of the size. You want to shrink down the size of the message. The first option that we have is we are masking the headers using the topo module. And this is a really nice one in terms of scalability and also a distribution of the traffic. It's not removing the header, it's only hiding by encrypting and reformatting them in a way that are still valid from the SIP parser point of view. It's completely stateless in the way that you can get the invite on one system like Kamailio, which can, let's say, crash or you shut down, and even the response can come on another Kamailio that took over the IP address. There is no data specific for that dialogue or transaction that should be stored. It's based on a secret key. And then also, like, the buy could come on another one, and routing is just working fine. And as I said, the config file could grow over the time and become complex. And by design, this module is not requiring any change to your existing config file routing blocks, where you have all these rules for if it's invite and so on. You just load this module, and then you set some parameters, and that's it. The previous config should just work. And also very important to have in mind, when the config is executed, practically the SIP message looks like there was no topology hiding. So it's practically transparent. It's just loading, and then it does some work before executing the config file, usually to decrypt some header, and after config file is executed, will encrypt some headers. So it's, in terms of performance, everything is memory. You should not notice any kind of decrease in capacity of a Kamailio instance. I put here only like minimalistic loading the module and setting the two required parameters. The first will be this secret key that you need to share between Kamailio instances that you want to have in the same group. And then will be what will be the IP address to be used for hiding the endpoints from each other. Could be Kamailio address, or could be something that is not even assigned. Could be even like Lubeck address, because it's still working, and you will see in the next messages. Lately, in the last years, and some people that were aware of Topo from a couple of years ago, maybe they are not up to date, and I wanted to also list that you can have some special routing blocks, event route blocks, where you can decide for this dialogue or for this message, don't do topology hiding. And actually, we have two types of event routes. One is topo MSG outgoing, and the other one is MSG sending. It's a slightly difference between them. The purpose is somehow similar. The first one is somehow a bit more lightweight in the way that is not parsing the message, but you can still do condition on like source IP, destination IP. So if you have this condition, it's better to use the first one because you save a bit on memory and CPU for processing. If you need to do decision like on user, if it's coming from Bob, let's not do topology hiding because I want to do some, let's say, advanced troubleshooting, and I want to correlate with the network on the traffic and so on. And to tell that, okay, skip doing topology hiding for this request for this dialog, you just have to use like a drop. So you have your condition on source IP, on user, and then you call drop, and then the module will not do processing for this traffic. So let's look a little at the traffic with the topo module enabled. This would be the one that the proxy received. So again, we have a single via header. We have the contact with the values specific to the caller. And when Kamailio is sending out, it adds its own headers like record route. And as you can see, first via is with the address of the proxy. And the second via, it has this mask IP and a larger parameter that it's valid for SIP parsers. So practically, we encrypted and somehow encoded inside the branch parameter the previous value of the via. And the same we do with the contact. What used to be in the previous, so what Kamailio received, it was like Alice address, you have like a mapping at the top. When we send out, we put our masking IP address. Again, could be Kamailio address, but I made it here with a different address that is not related to this network, and a parameter encoding the previous value. Now we start receiving the response, and if you are familiar with SIP, we'll get the 2 vias, and now the contact will be from Bob, from the callee. The first via, it's Kamailio, and both sides knows Kamailio. They send over IP, so they need the address. Kamailio will have to remove its own via, its SIP standard processing requirement. And then what we send out, you see at the bottom, it's a via header that now decoded, decrypted, and made as original. So if you look again at the incoming invite, it's practically this IP address and port there. And we encrypt the contact. But again, we format it in a way that it's still valid. So practically all the information is in the headers. It's just encrypted and encoded. And then when we get the ACK, the BY, we do this kind of encoding, decoding when receiving and sending out. And everything is working great. The only, or some drawbacks here would be that the size of the message increases. As you can see, some larger values for some parameters. And then you still have a sort of metadata with how many hops were there. But you don't disclose the addresses of them. So you could see if it was another proxy, there should be like 3 via addresses. But in terms of performances and resources used by the system, practically you should not notice anything. You don't need any extra backend or other systems to make it work. You just load the module, set those 2 parameters, and practically that's it. You don't touch anything else, unless you need those event routes to skip topo for some of the traffic. That's the first variant, because then I have the second one, which is by stripping headers. So it's the topos module. Somehow similar in concept. You don't need to do any change to the existing routing blocks, but it requires a backend, because instead of encrypting and encoding, it's actually saving to a backend. So takes that header and will put it in a backend, which could be a database or a Redis, sends out. This time look like the invite, it's generated by Kamailio itself. So it will be only a single via header with the address of Kamailio, and will be a contact with the address of Kamailio, nothing related to the caller itself. But then it's kind of stateful persistent storage. So you can use a cluster of Redis or database if you want to work with a group of Kamailios handling this kind of traffic. Also, the config file, it is practically similar. You load the module, set some parameters like storage type, database or Redis, and then based on that, like the address of the, in this case, it's a MySQL server. We have also the event routes, similar to Topo, but this time the name is like Topos MSG outgoing and Topos MSG sending. So just the name of the module is changing there. And you have similar approach. You can have your own condition to decide, I want to do topology stripping for this traffic, or just skip it. To see it on the wire, so this, again, it's what Kamailio receives from the caller with a via contact specific to that endpoint. And when sending out, this time, we still have a single via, and is the IP address of Kamailio. And the contact, which is at the bottom, it's also the address of Kamailio with some specific, let's say, session ID as a username. The module could be configured to put that session ID as a parameter for the contact address. So it has more parameters that I gave in the previous slide as an example. so you can tune more also for the topo, but as well as for topos. There are many more module parameters that can help you tune Kamailio for your specific needs. So as I said, this looks like Kamailio is the first hop, like it's initiating the call. When we get the 200 OK, again, it's a mirror of the via header. It was only one. The contact now is specific to the callee. And then when Kamailio is forwarding the 200 OK, we'll take from the storage the via that was saved for this session, and then we'll replace the contact with the session ID specific to Kamailio and the Kamailio IP. And then when we get the ACK, the BY, practically it's more like we identify the session by request URI or some other header. We remove what's specific to the sending side, and we insert the header specific to the outgoing side. In the Kamailio routing blocks, you will see all the headers. So those that we store it and we put there, and as well as those that we are going to remove and replace. So in the config file is still a proxy completely. So this would be, and how it looks. And if you wonder if it's now a back-to-back user agent, it's not. So it's still a proxy all the way. It's just we use some tricks internally to fake it and look like a back-to-back user agent from outside. That would be, for me, just to end up pointing more resources for you if you want, or if you are in the still shaken, I wanted to point this project that I'm maintaining as well, because it has also like a CLI tool. It's not only a library, so you can validate from the command line. It can also run like a REST API system, so you can make it work, like add still shaken to any application that can do REST API request. So check this SexIP IDX project on GitHub. It's open source. A quick reference to my book, and that's it. Thank you. Keep in mind the dates or the aiming of doing next Kamailio World in Berlin by late May, early June. So I hope to see a couple of you there as well. Otherwise, if I have time for a few questions, I'm here. Thank you. A question here?
Does Kamailio do any SIP manipulation?
It does all the SIP manipulation you want. Like if you think about changing headers, changing content of the body, and so on, yes. The answer is yes, and can do a lot.
Okay.
So probably it's a recording. I'm not sure if the Lunch and Learn was recorded, but yesterday I did a little bit of that. Okay.
Can we have this slide privately?
Sorry?
Can we get your slide, the whole set?
Yeah, I'll make them available. Usually on Kamailio.org, we have it as well, like a mirror of the slides, typically for the events we go to, but probably ClueCon will also distribute them. So, a question, okay.
Yes, Daniel. So, given the data you already provided, what's your heuristics for deciding when to use Topo Age or Topo S, or maybe even suggesting a different approach?
So I'm a big fan of Topo. It was the first I developed, and it's really performant, but I understand when some people are a little bit concerned on size. So if you ask my choice, it's Topo. But if your need is to look like a back-to-back user agent, and with some of the old gateways, a proxy sometimes has issues, not because of the proxy implementation, but the gateway kind of supports one-to-one SIP, like peer-to-peer. And then Topos it's saving the situation. Otherwise, there are situations where I don't deploy it because maybe it's a free switch that I have in the path, and that's a back-to-back user, like a proper back-to-back user agent, and it's splitting in two, and could be just enough, even if it's coming back to Kamailio from free switch, it's enough to hide from security and other point. But if you ask my preference, that's Topo, because it's very performant. From the other one is not like it's not performant, it's just you depend on the backend, of course, and that's why we have the option for Redis, which is very fast key value storage and has also clustering. But if you have like to compare between two, of course there is some overhead with the storage. Okay, I think it's time for the break, if I'm not wrong. Thank you, everyone. Once again, I'm around here if you
Give it up for Daniel. Yes, we have a break until 3:45, so about half an hour. Then we have 2 more speakers, and remember, there's a final drawing for the day for Nintendo Switch Lite at 4:45, and you have to be here to win. So, just saying. I'll see you later. Thank you, Daniel.
up, never change, never see that life again for as long as you're around. Time to put it all to bed, rest your head and know you haven't even got up off the ground. Giving you a second chance just to have a special feeling that you're helping everyone. No one's thinking that you're doing it for you and not coincidence that it is just for fun. Trying to top me, never gonna stop me, won't even copy. Give in for the big win, you were just a has-been, stuck in a tailspin.
as always. I owe you a bottle.
Good.
Sure, go ahead. Yeah.
Good. Okay.
Yeah.
So, welcome back from the break. Next speaker needs little introduction. She's a longtime friend of the open source community, partner of the Zoiper project and many other projects, Mira Georgieva, and she's telling us that we think we can meet, because the title of her speech is So You Think You Can Meet. And probably she thinks we can't, so I'm curious. Thank you so much. Take it away. Big round of applause, please. And let's go.
Thank you, everyone. I actually did something not very smart. I changed my slides in the last minute. So I didn't have time to use the designer for my slides. Anyway, so don't raise your expectations. Also, Giacomo asked me not to raise the expectations because he's next. Are you here? Good. Thank you. We need to talk. You're calmly working, going about your day, doing your job, and you suddenly get a notification. We need to talk. And there you are, filled with anxiety. You cannot always make the difference between danger and stress. And let's, realize it. This could be both danger and stress. What effect it has on you? It has a physical effect on you, it has an emotional effect, it has cognitive effect. The physical effect is you start to breathe heavy, your heart starts to pump faster, it's sending blood and oxygen to your limbs so that you can run away. Emotional, you get alert so that you can respond to threats quickly. You get emotionally intense. Cognitive, the part of your brain that's responsible for communication, listening, talking, and problem solving switches off. It goes offline. It is quite possible that you're experiencing this and not knowing it. Everything you do at this point will not be the result of your best brain. Everyone with whom you need to conclude a consensus about critical work topics is in the same state. Raise your hand if this is the way your meetings are going lately. Raise your hand. Do you feel this? Are you anxious during meetings? Come on, I need engagement. Otherwise, my other slide will not make any sense. Come on, raise your hands. Yeah, you're anxious during your meetings. What did I just do? I dropped an attention catcher. So it's an engagement tactic. I dramatize the story to make you recall the pain of meetings, or at least I tried to, and you failed. This made you participate instinctively. I did this in the first 60 seconds because your attention span is as long. Your attention span starts lapsing in the first minute of my talk. You're already doing something else. I can see it, no pressure. What is this talk about? Well, actually, I went deep into the rabbit hole for you, so you better listen. I did extensive research. I read over 100 articles and research papers. I sifted through common sense BS and advice on the internet that you can Google yourself. I sifted through research and statistics. I read scientific papers on neuroscience, cognitive psychology, and communication, so that you don't have to. This is my agenda. It's beautiful. This agenda sucked. Here's a better agenda. What I want to be my legacy today and here. I would like us to achieve better meeting results and better experience in meetings. There's a question to agenda or not. Oh, beautiful slide. To agenda or not to agenda. So you have probably heard that if you want to avoid avoid the most expensive statements, let's see how it goes, and we'll figure it out, you will probably want to create an agenda. If you want to decide whether to create an agenda or not, you first need to know what an agenda means. It's a list of items to be discussed at a meeting, but at the same time, it's also something to be done. Wait a second. I understand that a bunch of people who want to run away are overly emotional and lack common sense. As we figured out at the beginning, you fit in the same category. They have a fundamental misunderstanding about the meaning of an agenda. One understanding will give me a result of an endless discussion, and the other will actually start driving things forward. You can't win with agenda. You can reinvent it. A better agenda is a set of expectations and goals. I read an article, actually several articles, that claimed that presenting the agenda with questions instead of in the form of a list will drive strategic and critical thinking. It will convert a topic into a goal, and it will foster intention. When you don't have an agenda, well, bad planning on your side, but you know, the best do it as well, then your agenda is having an agenda. If you don't have an agenda, spend time creating it during your meeting. It can actually turn into your favor. You can use it as a collaborative experience. And actually, it can drive participations and engagement in your team. The way you meet reflects your business. You probably know that, but there's also scientific proof of that. A study shows that dysfunctional meeting behaviors are associated with lower levels of market share, innovation, and employment stability. Here's what you can do to turn this into your favor. Your meetings can be an indicator of overall issues, so observe your meetings. There's good news. If you change the way you meet, it will impact the way your business is. It will have a positive impact within 3 months, again, scientifically proven. All the facts that I give you here, I actually dug papers about it, so all the facts are real. I'm not inventing things right now. What are those positive results? There is significant improvement in team collaboration, 42% increase. That's a lot. People feel safe to share and express opinions, 32% increase. There's increase in team performance, nearly 30%. You can increase your team performance by changing the way you meet. There's something really important here as well. The results show that satisfaction with work and life balance rose from 62% to 92%. There's a dark side to meetings, and we all know about it. I found from various research sources that 80% of people spend 1/3 of their work week in meetings. All of them consider meetings unproductive. All of them realize that their meeting schedule is out of control. All of them believe that meetings are the #1 office productivity killer. Aside of that, meetings are associated with opportunity costs for all participants. You can experience meeting amnesia. You will completely forget what you spoke about in your meetings. You cannot get work done when you're constantly in meetings. Do you feel actually, raise your hands if you feel the pain. Are you constantly in meetings and you cannot do work? One person, really? Oh, good, a lot of people. That makes my point better. Most meetings provide for no accountability. They're off-topic conversations. They're repeated conversations while nothing gets done between meetings. There's also such thing as meeting fatigue, and it's real. I checked it. There's a paper about it. Not just one. There's many papers about it, but one particular one that says that Even after just 30 minutes in a video call, you're already very, very, very exhausted. There are reasons, but I don't have time to give you the reasons. You can start changing the way you meet by doing some things in advance. You can define the need of a meeting. Should this meeting be an email? Common question. Do you say yes? Yeah, should be an email. That one as well? All meetings should be an email. I'll prove you wrong. I'll fight you. You'll see. Because I'm making a point here. I mean, I dug 100 scientific papers about this. Keep it simple. Write down what you want to achieve in the form of a question. I started with the idea that the agenda should be questions and not a list of topics. High energy. Rate it and decide to progress or discard. How many meetings is too many? You probably feel like you're having more meetings lately than you did before. This could come from the fact that casual office small talk is now scheduled in a form of a video call. No non-formal office talk could have been an email. Sometimes an informal talk solves not just a collaboration issue, but a work blocker. We should be mindful about the amount of meetings, and there is a reason. According to a study, we have a limited amount of executive cognitive resources. Once they get depleted, we make bad decisions and choices, and this can lead to poor judgment and unethical behavior. Defining the type of meeting, if you ask me, you don't have to define the type of a meeting, but research tells otherwise. In recent times, there's all kinds of creative ways that you can define a meeting. You can group types of meetings however you like. Your meeting generally should lead to progress and actions. Simplifying the type of meeting will help you have a better experience. Look at a meeting as an objective, not as a type of outcome. And here's how to do it. Here's what you have, here's what you should and want to have, and here's what everything needs to do. This is very important, according to me and according to the research I checked. Defining the meeting protocol is very, very important. Also, I didn't include it here, but I actually forgot. You probably also need to define the terms and language among the team. You will probably have a similar language if you're a team with a long history, but if you have new members, they wouldn't be used to it. An example to that is your contracts. All your contracts start with definitions. So define the overall protocol. Specify how members should prepare for the meeting. Use the agenda for that. Define the tools for everyone to use and share. 90% of companies use multiple virtual meeting means, so you just need to pick one of the ones here. Decide how a decision will be made. This is very important, and usually people kind of neglect it, and they shouldn't. How will resolving a meeting be handled if people cannot agree? Will there be voting or not? There's always a separation between people believing that there should be voting and there shouldn't be voting. If there's a decision maker in the room, come to the most senior people last. The reason is, once someone of high authority has made a statement on a topic, the less senior members are inhibited. You should always encourage the group to assume positive intent. How many people should attend? Their small groups provide for better outcomes. The best approach is keep it small. The bigger the group, the less responsibility each individual feels. If one does not feel critical to a mission success, it's easy to tune out or put in less effort. In virtual meetings, and specifically on conference calls, this effect is magnified. The optimal number of meetings, according to a study I studied, is 8. You can also use the 8-18-1800 rule. It's matching the size of the meeting to its purpose. The study says that up to 8 people are for decision making, up to 18 is for brainstorming, and up to 1800 for status updates and information sharing. There's also a funny quote there. You can laugh now if you want. The IQ of a mob is the IQ of its most stupid member divided by the number of mobsters. You know it. Who should attend? Well, you would need to decide. If you're the organizer of the meeting, you would need to decide who should attend. Here's what will help you to decide. Who will help to accomplish your meeting goals? And you should also invite everybody who will be most affected by the outcome. If you introduce meeting roles, you will avoid the role of the observer. I see you leaving. Right, for example, a moderator, a timekeeper, organizer, facilitator, and a host. If you have higher attendance than anticipated, again, bad planning on your side, but it happens to the best of us. You can help yourself by creating subgroups. Right now, you're even able to create simultaneous virtual rooms and attend them one after the other. You should involve non-attending parties. If they don't attend the meeting, it doesn't release them from responsibility. How long should the meeting be? It is very, very important to time your meeting. Parkinson's law, work expands so as to fill the time available for its completion. This is what happened to me with this presentation. I spent 3 months preparing, and there I am. I changed it in the last minute. Try systematically shortening your meetings. A few independent studies show that shorter meetings provide for the same outcome. The average and optimal meeting is between 30 and 60 minutes. The reason is people start losing attention in meetings around the 30th minute. How to set the right time for a meeting? Well, according to the research, Monday and Friday are the worst days for meetings. Do you like meetings on Monday? Boo! Does anybody like meetings on Friday? Did you say yeah? I heard it. Friday morning is okay. What about Thursday beer? Right, okay, so Friday morning is okay. You're actually right. You're scientifically right. Because the optimal meeting time is between 10 a.m. and 12. Yes. You win a hoodie, by the way. Come after to Banafo booth. I'll give you a hoodie. Thank you. Actually, in our office, we don't follow this rule, but we do not follow it because we actually ask people when is the best time to meet for them. They don't like meeting in the morning. Our people are not morning people. We do our meetings after people have had lunch and after they had their rest. During the meeting, ensure tools to assist and automate. A moment of advertisement. You can use a tool like Banafo to record and transcribe your meetings so that you can come back to it later. Make the first topic about the agenda again. Engage people and practice active listening. This is not your stage, this is a meeting. You can stimulate participation by requesting feedback in silence in writing. Actually, you can do this for example, in brainstorming sessions. Statistics show that it huge engagement. So what you can do is allocate 10 minutes during the meeting, during which you ask people to chip in their ideas. And afterwards, you discuss their ideas. Create opportunities for people to engage fully, like that one that I just gave as an example, and dedicate enough time for each topic and decision so that people do not feel pressured. I think this is very important. Acknowledge people. People are more likely to listen if they feel like they're being heard. Stick to the agenda again. If someone doesn't stick to the agenda, make sure to return to the agenda and make sure to return the agenda where it is. Also, I would make sure that the person is heard and feels heard and promise that their topic will be discussed at a dedicated meeting. I would practice mindfulness and not multitasking. According to the studies, sorry to break it to everyone, unless you know, but multitasking is a myth. We can do simple tasks like walking and talking, but anything complicated will not work. Study shows that a person who is going to multitask takes 50% longer to complete a task and makes 50% more mistakes. Always end your meetings with action points. After the meeting, your work is not over. Measure the meeting's experience and results. One side of the meeting is delivering the result. Another side of the meeting is the quality of the experience. Choose science is my advice. If you want, don't, but I would. Science starts where measuring starts. Start measuring everything in order to get a realistic view and to also make progress. Provide and receive immediate feedback after the meeting. Research shows that leaders constantly rate their meetings higher than attendees. If you're feeling brave, you can plan a feedback meeting. Think how people did and send each other feedback. Be respectful though. Also, feedback comes in many forms. Like the lack of feedback is also a form of feedback. Inform non-participants and each other about the meeting outcomes. Do people understand what they need to do? Do they have deadlines? Do they know the time frame? Is there topic closure and action points? Follow up between the meetings. Do quick checkups. This will make sure that you're not always stuck in constant meetings about the same topic. Practice gratitude of what was accomplished. I'll be the good example, and I'll say thank you and wrap this up because I'm approaching some minutes. Yes, I'm approaching the 25th, but yeah, your attention is over. Miscommunication has a toll on us. Actually, everyone here is in the business of communication, and yet we all sometimes suffer from miscommunication. To end on a high note, everything will be all right in the end. If it's not all right, it's not yet the end. To end this, as a tradition, everyone receives a free Zoiper Pro. If you want to receive your license, write to sales@zoiper.com. I again forgot to inform them that you're going to write, but you'll receive your license when they wake up. If you want to contact me, I'm a little bit spread between Zoiper and Banafo at the moment. If you want to contradict me or you know, talk about the meetings, that every meeting should be an email. I'm looking at you. You can contact me for whatever topic you want to talk about. Thank you, everyone. Would you have any questions or anything you want to talk about? Oh, cool. I got a question. I'm excited now.
So, great point. I think these are all great points if you're the organizer of the meeting. What if you're the person who's constantly called into meetings and spend 30% of the week there? Is there anything you can do?
That's a very good question. Actually, my talk was 1 hour. Then I realized I only had 25 minutes. And I decided to, get rid of this part of the presentation. You can actually practice exactly the same things actively for yourself. You can address them with the people calling you into the meetings. You can turn these into questions. You can also create your own agenda based on the agenda you receive and kind of communicate it with the people calling you into the meetings. That's the advice I would give. I don't know if it's practical in your particular case. Do you have some context for me?
Oh, well, this was actually my old job where that was the case.
Oh,
we would go
okay.
like to, usually there was no agenda. You would get into a meeting and it would probably last 4 hours, and nothing gets done because everyone is exhausted.
Maybe that's why it's your last job, not your current job.
Most definitely, that's part of it. Yeah.
That explains it. That's I think I explained it in one of the previous slides. That's a reflection of how the company is. I call it the company IQ. If your meetings suck, a lot of things suck in a company. Anyone else want a hoodie? Right, there's no more questions. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mira. Big round of applause. So turned out we can actually meet. We just have to do things different. Well, our last but not least speaker for the day is someone I sort of know, seen him a couple times. Is Giacomo Vacca from SignalWire, a senior WebRTC engineer, recently joined the team, and is going to tell us everything about the challenges of scaling and testing at-scale WebRTC applications. Big round of applause for Giacomo. And stay after his talk because we have the last drawing for the day for Nintendo Switch. Oh, just a minute setting up. Yeah, keep going. It's late. Just be patient, guys. You're all engineers. You're used to be bored.
Test. Ah, it's going.
And now it's going to be fun.
Okay, thank you. So thanks for remaining for the last talk of the day. Long day and freezing room. So I'm going to talk about some concepts related to how scaling WebRTC applications involve load testing and what kind of takeaways we can take from that area. So as Luca mentioned, I joined SignalWire in June, and I did a presentation actually some time ago in ClueCon in 2014, which was around Verto and using it with Kamailio. And it was one of the initial moments where Verto was available and one of my first experiments with WebRTC. And so I've been around this area for more than 20 years now, and there are two components that made me company through this journey, and it's mainly Kamailio and FreeSwitch. And by the way, in relation to FreeSwitch as MCU combined with an SFU, I did a presentation in 2019. I'll just mention it later. And my last presentation live and also my last live event was actually FOSDEM in 2020. So for obvious reasons, there was a little bit of a break, but now I'm very happy to be back. And also I'm happy that there were Ivan's and Luca's presentations today because they touched some Very interesting points, also very well explained, and I can probably reuse some of this information. So, so WebRTC is an enabler of services. So we can talk a little bit about what kind of services this actually means, and some of the key performance elements depending on the service, as we saw also this morning. The type of optimizations that can be applied to when scaling the infrastructure, and the key elements related to the load testing, and some practical examples of generating a large amount of calls, emulating either browsers or the activity that the browsers do at WebRTC level. And also, I'll show some demos. And as Stefan said, if it's going to fail, so I will apply automatically for dangerous demos, and should that's the plan B. So as you know, I mean, WebRTC is a group of protocols that can be used. Mainly, theoretically, you can use them as peer-to-peer. So if you have to a video call with WebRTC, you can actually just do it without any service in the middle. Actually, for example, Jitsi, when there are just which is an SFU, when there are just two participants, goes into peer-to-peer mode. So that's possible, but it's an exception. What typically happens is that there is a service in the middle, and only rarely it's one-to-one. But anyway, so small video calls, typical office collaboration scenario, or larger events like could be an all-hands in a company. It can be used for broadcasting and streaming, with the differences that also Luca and Ivan mentioned, when the focus is more on low latency. And other cases where, for example, there are only a few publishers of the streams and a large number of audience. And in case where you do want the users in the audience to be engaged, and when latency is critical. Then something that, I mean, it's famous because of Stadia, but something that I stumbled upon and was a nice surprise was smaller companies providing online gaming through WebRTC. So basically streaming the video of the game through WebRTC and having the users interacting through data channels that I found very interesting. And of course, in this case, latency is paramount because of the interaction between the users and what's actually it's a representation of the game through the video. And then also something more niche, like even services where people want to play an instrument together. And in that case, I saw that, of course, they have very stringent requirements, like they want to stay within 80 milliseconds, which, of course, it's possible depending on the geographical position of the users. But that was also good to see, and also medical in case of very low latency and reliability. So depending on the type of service, then there is an impact on specific characteristics of the system that you are building. So in terms of topology, of course, geographical distribution, and in particular, the latency that is allowed for to be experienced basically end-to-end. And of course, there is a difference if it's only audio or audio and video. That's a very big differentiator. And the level of interactivity that is required with the users. So just to give a very rough example in terms of latency requirements, you can see that for very interactive gaming or music, you want to stay within 100 milliseconds. For video calls and some types of surveillance where reacting is in real time is very important, then you can stay possibly 500 milliseconds is good, is still good, but a little bit more, but surely below the 1 second. And then real-time streaming with some type of interactivity, as Luca was mentioning, like related to being able to reference to a specific slide, then you're going to stay possibly within the second a little bit more. And then the more traditional streaming, where you can go above 5 seconds, and it's almost negligible for the audience. But as we are talking a little bit about scaling, and then we know from the industry that one typical approach to scaling, in particular with SFUs, is to generate a sort of cascading of the servers, where a few publishers, or anyway the streams that needs to be published, are basically multiplied by going through different levels of basically multiplexers that generate a copy of the stream for the subscribers of the stream. And of course, it's trivial to see that each layer is going to multiply the streams, but it's also going to possibly add a bit of latency, which is going to accumulate for the end-to-end result. So apart from the obvious capacity that you want to measure when you're scaling the infrastructure, there's the cost element, so the cost minimization element, which typically boils down to the ability to be elastic. So to grow, not to have the largest possible infrastructure, but to be able to grow up and down depending on the load. And then it really depends on the requirement in terms of geo-distribution and how much traffic is going to go across continents or distant areas, and how traffic can be partitioned accordingly. Of course, you want to keep the traffic as local as possible, and there are, depending on the scenario, there are strategies to do that. The resilience of the system is important, but also for WebRTC in particular, there is typically 5 to 20% of users are going to need a turn service, and that's a part of the system that needs to be provided anyway and needs to be scaled, either if you build it or if you use it as a service as you pay. So even Luca mentioned SFU versus MCU very quickly. So SFU is a router of streams, and MCU is a mixer of streams. So that really depends on the type of application that you're building, and whether you want to delegate the composition, for example, of the video to the final client, or there are reasons for doing the composition in the mixer. But as you may imagine, mixing is more CPU hungry than just routing. And so here you have another compromise. And this is why I mentioned that presentation in JanusCon, because that was an example of using Janus, which is an SFU, integrated with FreeSwitch as MCU through their APIs, so that there could be a hybrid system where, for example, the web browsers could connect. So web browser from laptop connects to Janus, and for example, mobile devices get only one stream from the MCU from FreeSwitch. And of course, there are ways to prevent the encoding operation when it's not needed, because that's going to be one of the most expensive activities, more expensive than routing. But even for routing, as this was a very interesting presentation from Richard this morning about RTPengine, the ability to avoid the packets to leave kernel space when doing routing, that's going to save CPU and also latency. So that's a possible strategy for optimization. Anycast also is being used now. For example, typical example is Cloudflare, where basically you have IP addressing that is dynamic. So basically, depending on the region where you are, BGP is going to route you to the closest POP. And so with the idea that once the path to enter into your system is optimized, then you can also have a better routing of the packets inside your system rather than relying on open internet for end-to-end. And of course, depending on the system that you are using, you can do internal profiling and optimize at component level. So in general, this also to say and to highlight signal wire and also what Tony was mentioning in terms of the call fabric. So these elements are an indication of the complexity of building, and maybe give the opportunity to service builders to use products like signal wire, or even build solutions that tend to solve the same problem of avoiding to building again and again solving the same problems. So in terms of load testing, this is similar to what happens in the VoIP, more traditional VoIP world, with some slight changes. But in general, of course, you're interested in estimating the maximum number of concurrent sessions that you can have in your system, because that's going to tell you if you can handle all the traffic that is required. And one key element is also the amount of new sessions that can be established in the same amount of time, which is, in the traditional world, is call rate. In this case, is more related to session establishment. And of course, how much time does it take to connect? In WebRTC, there are a few phases in the negotiation of the stream that require time, and they can add up from the time somebody clicks on call or connect to the final establishment. That can also be impacted by load, and that should be minimized. And the obvious overall resource consumption in terms of CPU, memory, and bandwidth. And video, of course, is a big component, is a big consumer of all these resources. Together with that, when we're doing load testing, we need to be able to have results that are reproducible as much as possible, while there are some saturation mechanisms that can basically invalidate some tests. And then when you are automating the tests, you also need to automate everything that comes together. For example, for the signal wire video SDK, you need to retrieve a valid token, which adds some time. And if you want to automate the test, you need to emulate the interactivity of the user on the browser, and automate the connection and joining of conference room, for example. But also understanding the quality degradation that happens, because that's going to happen before the system is not able to process calls anymore. In all this, also, generating traffic is expensive because browsers are expensive to run. In addition to this, there are then special conditions that you may or may not have, like the need for transcoding, which is going to require more resources, and the ability to simulate degraded network conditions to see how your application reacts to that. And also, in particular for services that may have surges of connections in the same small time frame, like events or sports events, when people tend to connect all at the same time in a small amount of time, the ability of your system to cope with that is important. So in general, one first step is trying to understand what's the smallest unit that you can load test. Try to understand what it is, testing it, and then infer, given the scalability may be or not linear, but infer how can you then estimate the overall capacity. In general, though, to of course, to making sense of the test results, you need to collect statistics and being able to visualize them. In particular in WebRTC, luckily there is a plethora of extensions of RTP and RTCP that allows to get an understanding of how the client, which is in this case is the browser, is what it's experiencing, so what it's called the quality of service. And key elements may be related to how many times the browser asks for a packet to be retransmitted, or if there is, for example, a packet, a frame that was dropped, or a packet loss indication, because these are all elements that indicate possible networking issues. But in general, what you can also do is you can probably rely on the bandwidth estimator that is included in the implementation of WebRTC, because that's going to react to a bad metric related to, for example, a large number of NACs or frames dropped, by automatically reducing the bandwidth, at least momentarily, and then trying to re-increase it afterwards. So that's an indirect way of understanding how the browser is, what type of quality of service the browser is experiencing. But if you want to do something more sophisticated, then you really need to understand how the video is impacted. And then there are some techniques for that. Some rely, like this structural similarity, on comparing a reference image or video to what you are getting, but that's also difficult to reproduce because you need the reference image, and maybe not the best case to be used. And I saw also Dr. Alex time ago published a paper when they had a machine learning based system for estimating the variation of the video quality automatically by looking at the video without the need for a pre-known reference image or reference video. And so one important element is understanding what's the threshold by which you decide that the quality is not good anymore. Put it in relation to the load that the system is experiencing, and then draw your conclusion from there, and vary your requirements in terms of capacity from this information. So in terms of something a little bit more practical, so emulating WebRTC activity. So of course you can just use a browser, and we will see very quickly one demo. You can just use a browser and use your system. Of course, when you want to automate, you want to be able to automate all of that and have the system, have your system tested by something that behaves like a browser. Now, you can either really use browsers that are just the browsers without the GUI, basically the headless browsers, with tools like Puppeteer or Selenium or Playwright. And the advantage of this is that you get for free the entire core of the browser, and so you can also stay up to date with the various versions. And you get for free also compatibility information. But of course, the browsers now are very resource demanding, so that's expensive to do. Or you can focus more on emulating the WebRTC client. So the part that basically establishes the ICE negotiation, the DTLS connection, and exchanges the media, which may be sufficient for the system that you are testing, for having exactly the same load that you could have with a browser, but with less resources used on the testing side. And of course, the compromise is that you're not using a browser, and so you may miss something that is browser specific. So maybe you can imagine a combination of the two. This could be a good compromise where you have the real browsers always available for testing, Then you have the browser emulator for generating a smaller number of calls, and then the WebRTC clients emulator for a larger number of sessions. And then for the data collection, the usual thing or the reasonable things are available. So the logs that can be produced by the clients themselves, and a very important resource is the WebRTC RTC stats that are available from the WebRTC client itself. Of course, you can then map it to what you see on the hosts that you are using in your custom server-side reports. So this is, for example, this is how WebRTC internals in Chrome graphs what's provided by RTC stats from the client. And so all this information is actually available from the client API, and you can collect it and send it, and make the client send it to, for example, a collector of this information, so that then you can have basically correlate the data that you are collecting with the resources in use at that moment from the system. And you can see, for example, there's the frames dropped. So in this case, it's 0, and it could be a good indication that something went wrong if there were frames dropped, or if the jitter buffer increased, because that's the other thing. So even if you don't have a big packet, even if you don't have a high packet loss, but the jitter is very high, then the jitter buffer is going to increase, and then automatically is going to increase not the network delay, of course, but the end-to-end network. And so something that is not really related to the latency on the network is going to impact the end-to-end latency on the final application. And this was something that has been causing trouble in many scenarios. So one practical example, this is something Luca used time ago, and I'm reusing it. So it's Puppeteer, which is basically a Node.js application that can simulate Chrome, and recently also Firefox nightly. It's super easy to use. You just basically you install it in your Node.js application. You go to a page just providing a URL, and then you can interact with the page itself, and will bring up a headless Chrome for you, or headless Firefox. Or in this case, without a headless browser, with Node WebRTC, another Node.js based. In this case, it's just using libWebRTC to behave like a WebRTC client. And if you want to do something more sophisticated with the media, you can interact with FFmpeg, so you can receive WebRTC media, WebRTC streams, and send it to FFmpeg for recording, or the other way around. You can have FFmpeg reading from a file and having Node WebRTC encoding it and pushing it into the system. And then, so Google Cloud Functions is an example of something that, a serverless example that has been useful in the last months for the tests. And of course, it's not the solution, it's one possible solution. And the nice thing is that it scales very well, so you cannot worry that much about the amount of calls that you do to your functions. There are some limitations. So there is first generation and second generation functions. There are some differences in terms of timing, that the maximum amount of minutes that you can run the application, and other small things. I see I'm out of time, so I'm going to go to the demo. The main structure is this. So you have an application that runs the requests, which are simply HTTP requests. The Google Cloud Function that is triggered by the request connects to a web server to retrieve the tokens, and to retrieve the page to simulate the user, and then interacts with the SignalWire API, gets the token, connects to the WebSockets system, and then interacts with FreeSwitch for the exchange of the media stream. And this is, I'll leave it in the slides, it's not really for now. This is an example of the dashboard from Google Cloud Functions with 100 Node WebRTC clients having run for a few minutes. It's not particularly clear also because the dashboard has a little bit of a delay, but more or less the 99% of the clients used about 100 megabytes of memory, which is about 1/6 or even less than that compared with using headless Chrome. Yes, and this has mentioned that already. So in terms of demos, I'm going to show you very quickly. So this is just a reminder for me to show you the stats. So this is a modified version of the simple video API demo that you can find in the guides, and I put the link in the slides. So this is me connected, and then I'm going to launch three headless browsers from Google Function that are going to publish a artificial video into the room. Yes. So these are three publishing video into the room, and meanwhile they are also collecting the RTC stats that will be available at the end of the call. And then here I'm going to launch let's say 50 WebRTC clients from Node WebRTC from another Google Cloud Function. This is not going to be visible because they are behaving as invisible watchers, but we can get an idea from FreeSwitch itself, like this. So you can see there are 16, 18, 20. So the members are, I'm producing about one new session per second. The session creation is not particularly precise, so you cannot have in this way very precise call rates, but nevertheless, if you are focused in particular on concurrent sessions, then you're going to be fine with something like 200 milliseconds or half a second or 1 second. So we got 49 members, so maybe one had an issue, but this is the case. So we have 4 publishers, 1 real browser, 3 headless browsers from Puppeteer, and 49 from Node WebRTC. And this is going to be produced at the end of the call. This is an example of the stats available. At the end of the call, you can get an idea of the RTT, 42 milliseconds, for that call that I had something like 30 minutes ago. 1 PLI request, so there was a packet loss indication that indicates a possible problem, and then statistics on the amount of bytes exchanged. And of course, these can be more complex depending on the needs. And so the takeaway points. So I think these are the 3 main elements. You may expect a WebRTC service to scale easily and just be used as you now use cloud infrastructures like AWS and Google Cloud and the others. I think we're not there yet, even though services like SignalWire with the platform and the SDK go in that direction of decoupling what you want to build with the actual building of the infrastructure. Testing WebRTC applications is more complex than just testing web applications because of the RTC part of it. And then even though there is some work to be done, there are relatively cheap ways of generating traffic and generating load testing for what you need to do in terms of scaling and estimating capability. And that's all I have. Oh, some reference, but it will be in the slides for who downloads them. That's all. Thanks. Questions?
All good?
No questions?
There's one over there. Daniel.
I knew it.
Oh, I'll use mine.
Actually, like 2 questions. One would be about the costs of those using like Google functions, services, and so on. What we should expect from, testing it, especially on the open source.
Mm-hmm. So, first of all, they are designed for a very large number of calls. Like, for example, the first 2 million of calls of a Google Cloud Functions are included. So you got some billing from 2 millions. And then you pay for the amount of CPU resources and for the amount of memory with an initial allowance. So for example, I think I made an estimation, something like if you do 300,000 calls per month with about 75 megabytes per call, only the egress bandwidth is computed, but that came about 5,600 euros for the month. So it's cheap, and in particular, if you, it depends. If you are running the load test, I don't know, every time there is a new commit in a branch, that's going to become expensive. But if you do something like you prepare the release and you have a pre-production system and you go through the load testing, maybe you're not going to even need 300,000 sessions per month.
But that's a few thousand euro there, right? Yeah. Dollar is better now. It's strong. Okay, and the second one, hopefully, time. Can you actually do it like just between 2 endpoints and not going like through a media server like or SFU MCU, and you still get like reports? So just I want to run it from here, and I have also the endpoints maybe in the same Google Cloud function, and just to get the reports. Okay, I launch it, 12 calls, and I got connected 12 calls through the WebRTC and get the statistics in terms of...
Yeah, you're simulating a web page in a browser, so you can program it to extract the statistics and send it wherever you want. So you can either have a callback URL where you send your information, and it will be part of the function itself.
Okay.
That's
Thanks.
possible.
It will be more complicated, but you can, I assume. Thank you, Giacomo.
No problem.
Great speech. Big round of applause for our last speaker for the day. And now one drawing and a few announcements. We'll start with the drawing for a Nintendo Switch Lite. Oh. My daughter will literally kill any of you with one of these, so just so you know. And let's go. We have no blind children available, so I'll just do it myself. So number is, it's almost palindrome or something. 767616. Woo! And we have a winner. This is an actually nice prize, so enjoy. Watch out for my daughter, too. She's not around, but she'll find you. Thank you. Okay, and here we go. So a few announcements. I'd like to call up on the stage my good friends Alex and Abby for setting up the stage for the rest of the day. I think Alex and... Oh, nice. Well, they're there. Okay. You're just unseen.
We're
so
sneaky.
Take it away.
All right, so first things first. Reminder, if you make a social post and you come and show it to me, I will trade you for one of these. And these could be a MacBook. I am still also accepting bad jokes. And also, reminder that tomorrow after lunch, we're going to do demos of the SignalWire Code Bounty. So if you're entered for that and you think you're not going to be quite done, come and talk to me. But otherwise, we're ready to go. And we'll see you after lunch for that. And I'll hand off to Abby.
It's like Schrodinger's golden ticket. It both is and is not the MacBook Pro.
Schrodinger's ticket.
All right. Hi, everyone. I just wanted to invite you to a special event that we're having tomorrow. We call it our SignalWire Roadshow. We've done a few of them. In fact, some of the people in the audience are here because we met them out on the road in Dallas and in Austin. So it's an event pretty much where we give you free beer, free wine, free appetizers, and we show you behind the scenes of some demos we've made with our APIs. We've got voice demos, SMS demos, video demos. So anything that interests you, we can talk about. We have a very cool translation app, very Babelfish style. It's a voice application where you talk into it and it translates for you. So you speak one language into it and it gives you whatever language you want back. I think right now we have it set up for Spanish, but that's really cool. And it's definitely not a sales pitch kind of a meeting. It's show you behind the scenes how we built this stuff. And
Does it translate bad words?
Of course it translates
Awesome,
bad
then
words.
you have to come and try it.
So you'll definitely have to come and test that theory out. We've also got some other demos to show you. Luca will be there. I'll be there.
I will be there. I don't know.
Oh, he shook his head at
I'm
me.
always
like
here, so
I was
yeah,
like, you
probably.
better be there.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of fun, and it's just upstairs. So right after we find out if your golden ticket is or is not a MacBook Pro, we're just heading upstairs right afterwards. So that's at 3:30 tomorrow, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And I know I'm not going to be ready to say goodbye to all of you, so it'll be a really good opportunity to just catch up and tell us what you've been working on and get to know each other a little better. That's my biggest announcement, except number 2, good luck at poker, everybody. I think I'm going to be putting up some golden tickets at stake, too. I don't know if anyone told you, but I won last year, so I'm very excited to see how I do this year. Oh, my goodness. Everybody gets golden tickets? The winners get golden tickets. And if you play against me and win, you might get extra golden tickets. So that's at 7:30 tonight upstairs. So I hope I'll see all of you there. And I hope to see you guys tomorrow at 3:30 just upstairs so we can talk some more.
Thank you, Abby. And few last announcement. We begin again tomorrow morning at 9:15 with yours truly as the MC. And the MacBook drawing will be after Dangerous demos. So stay there. We'll have fun. Build demos, have them crash and burn, and we'll all have fun together. I'll see you tomorrow, and have a good night. Well, I'll see you at poker, actually. I want the gold.